transported the same to the main reception of the Senate. The Senate legal team and other officers from the House were at hand to receive the evidence for filing. The legal team representing the Deputy President had earlier also presented his evidence to the Senate.
Clerk, we have quorum.
This is a critical step ahead of the Wednesday, October 16, 2024 sitting of the Senate, when the House considers the special motion on the proposed removal of the Deputy President through impeachment.
Even if we leave the 2 days that you have communicated, then we need to leave it open that if we find ourselves that we are just done with witnesses, both the accusers and the ones that are being accused, the defense team, Honorable Speaker, if you're not able to debate, then we can come the next day, debate and take a vote.
The accusers, which is the National Assembly, can have elaborate time to present their case, and also the Deputy President can have the time to present their case. So that, Mr. Speaker, when they move to another fora, they will have opportunity of having the opportunity of being given a chance and the principles of natural justice. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At the said morning sitting of the Senate set to begin at 9 a.m., the National Assembly has been accorded a maximum of 3 hours, which it will divide for the purposes of highlighting the evidence, inviting witnesses, if any, and for re-examination of the National Assembly team after cross-examination by the Deputy President or his legal team. For the cross-examination purpose of the National Assembly evidence, the Deputy President, in person or through his legal team, has been allocated a maximum of 2 hours, immediately after the National Assembly finishes arguing its case. This will then pave way for the National Assembly to exhaust the remainder of its initial allocation of 3 hours to re-examine its team or witnesses if necessary. The honorable senators will then have 1 hour for questions or clarifications before the House adjourns for the day. The House will then reconvene on Thursday, October 17, 2024 at 9 a.m. when the Deputy President will have 3 hours to present his evidence and invite witnesses if any. After this, the National Assembly will have another 2 hours to cross-examine the DP's evidence. The DP will then use the balance of his initial allocation of 3 hours for re-examination of his team or witnesses after the cross-examination engagement with the National Assembly team. After this, the honorable senators will then have 1 hour to ask questions and clarifications before the National Assembly team and the Deputy President are accorded 1 hour each to make closing statements. This will then pave way for the House to debate and eventually take a vote.
Once we see the documentation and the list of witnesses,
well, that was an explainer with regards to the process that is expected to begin tomorrow. But back to the business of the National Assembly this afternoon is that there are 2 bills that the National Assembly, the bills that are at their second reading stage, will this afternoon resume debate. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 11 of 2024. This is a bill that is sponsored by the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, a bill whose debate already took place conclusively on the floor of the National Assembly. This afternoon, the business that will be transacted on this particular bill is that a question will be put. But the principal object of this bill is to amend the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act number 22 of 2011 to prescribe the qualifications for appointment of a chairperson of the commission. The bill also seeks to give effect to some of the recommendations and views of the public that were submitted during the National Dialogue Discourse on the issues of electoral justice and related matters. So this is a bill whose debate was already concluded, and this afternoon the bill will be read for the second time and proceed to the next stage. The Kenya National Library Service Bill, a bill also originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 20 of 2023, will resume debate this afternoon. This is a bill that is sponsored by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. This particular debate will resume this afternoon after it was interrupted on the 9th of October, the year 2024, in the afternoon sitting. Pursuant to the House Standing Order number 225, that is 225, the provisions of that particular standing order with regards to petitions, the Honorable Caleb Mule for Machakos Town, on behalf of concerned citizens, will be presenting a petition with regards to failure of Insurance Regulatory Authority, that is IRA, to protect public transport operators on insurance claims. This is a petition that will be presented by the Honorable Member Caleb Mule, of course, pursuant to the provisions of the House Standing Order. But as you can see, that is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss, already in the chambers. She will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Sergeant at Arms, you can ring the bell for 5 minutes.
The prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, the House is facing a quorum hitch. At least 50 members need to be seated inside the chambers at the commencement of House business. But that directive by the Speaker for the quorum bell to be rung indicates that that quorum has not been achieved yet, and that bell will be on for the members to be able to make their way into the chambers. The Sergeant at Arms are also keeping tabs with the numbers. Once that quorum is achieved, then we will be able to begin the business of today's afternoon sitting. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44, paragraph 2C, where members, all right, that is the Sergeant at Arms indicating to the Clerk and Speaker that the quorum have in partnership with KBC. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Honorable members, let us proceed. First order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on approval of Mr. David Kibet Kemei for the appointment as the Director General of Competition Authority. Honorable members, pursuant to Provision Standing Order 41.4 of the National Assembly Standing Orders relating to messages from the Senate, I wish to report to the House that on the 4th of October 2024, I received a message from the Senate regarding approval of a nominee for the appointment as the Director General of the Competition Authority. The message conveys that the Senate, on its sittings of Thursday, 3rd October 2024, adopted the report of the joint sittings and approved the nomination of Mr. David Kibet Kemei for appointment as Director General of the Competition Authority, end of quote. Honorable members, the approval hearings for the nominee of Director General were jointly conducted by the respective committees of both Houses of Parliament. As you may recall, on Tuesday, 1st October 2024, the National Assembly considered the report of the Joint Committee and approved the said nominee for appointment as Director General of the Competition Authority. Honorable members, the approval by the Senate now concludes the bicameral consideration of the proposed appointment. I am informed that the decision of the Houses of Parliament has now since been transmitted to the appointing authority for necessary action. The House is accordingly informed. Thank you.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October 15, 2024. 1. Legal notice number 147 of 2024 relating to the Social Health Insurance Amendment, Regulations 2024, and the tariffs for the healthcare services under the Social Health Insurance Act. Number 2, the annual corporate report of the Office of the Auditor General for the financial year 2023-2024. Number 3, report of the Auditor General and financial statement of the Kenya National Insurance Company 2001 Limited for the year ended 31st December 2023. And 4, report of the Auditor General and financial statement of Public Service Superannuation Fund for the year ended 30th June 2024. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
I think we also have a paper by the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Who is representing the chair or the vice chairperson, Honorable Emase? You may proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 13th October 2024. The report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the Senate amendment to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly, Bill number 38 of 2024. And I lay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next paper is from the chairperson of the Mediation Committee. You may proceed, Honorable Kangogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 15 October 2024. The report of the Mediation Committee on the Water Amendment Bill, the National Assembly Bill, number 33 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The chairperson, you have a notice of motion. Chairperson for the Mediation Committee, Honorable Kangogo.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion. That pursuant to the provisions of Article 113, subsection 2 of the Constitution, understanding Order 150, subsection 3, the House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Water Amendment Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023, laid on the table of the House Tuesday, 15 October 2024, and approves the mediation version of the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And honorable members, permit me, before we go to the next order, which is order number 7, it has just come to my attention that under order number 4, there was actually a petition by the honorable member for Machakos Town, Honorable Caleb Mule, which was omitted by mistake. So I'll give you a chance. Honorable Mule, are you ready? You may
Yes.
proceed. Thank you. Then we shall go back to order number 7 after this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's on the public petition number 17 of 2024 regarding the failure of Insurance Regulatory Authority to protect public transport operators on insurance claims. I, the undersigned, on behalf of Machakos Matatu Owners Association, MAMOA, draw the attention of the House that MAMOA represents over 4,000 public service vehicles operating in the lower eastern region of Kenya. The association and its members have constantly complied with all relevant laws governing the public transport industry. That the Insurance Regulatory Authority is mandated by the Insurance Act to, among others, formulate and enforce standards for the conduct of insurance and reinsurance business in the country. That the grievances by the operators stem from the recurring and persistent financial losses they suffer caused by insurance companies that fail to uphold their legal and contractual obligations. That although all vehicles fully comply with the required terms and conditions for partnership with insurance company, they have been unjustly subjected to severe economic hardship, leading to the loss of property and livelihood. That the following insurance companies regulated by the IRA have consistently refused to honor claims from operators in the event of accidents, namely Invesco, Amaco, Direct Line insurance companies. That despite payment of monthly premiums for these insurance companies, securing compensation for accident victims have proven extremely difficult due to inefficiency and ineffectiveness of the aforementioned insurers. That in many cases of accident involving their fleet, these operators face double expenses because despite paying premiums, they are forced to compensate accident victims themselves contrary to the legal framework. That these issues have plagued them to decades and have been perpetuated by the regulator's failure to exercise its legal mandate to regulate the insurance companies mentioned. That in addition to failing to honor claims, these insurance companies have not provided legal representation in pending court cases when needed, leading to defeat of many accident cases in court due to absence of legal representation. That MAMOA has suffered irreparable harm due to the failure of these insurance companies to honor claims, resulting into more than 10 of our members now facing court orders to show cause why they should not be committed to civil jail for failing to compensate accident victims, and that the issue in respect of which this petition is raised are not pending before any court of law, any constitutional or any legal body. Therefore, our humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, intervenes on behalf of the operators and urgently address the issues surrounding the compensations and valid accident claims by the aforementioned insurance companies, recommends that the Insurance Regulatory Authority formulates and enforces standards and conducts for insurance companies, recommends that IRA compels insurance companies to honor all pending claims to protect the public transport industry, considering the virtual role public transport plays in revenue generations in the country, and make any other recommendations or action it deems fit in addressing the plinth of the petitioners. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And this particular matter is going to be referred to the Public Petitions Committee. Is the chairperson of the Public Petitions Committee here? The vice chair is here. Yes, Honorable Janet Sitiene. How many weeks do you need? I didn't hear you. Give her the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We will handle the matter as a committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think they're asking about time frame because it's a bit urgent.
Honorable Speaker, we have other petitions scheduled, but we will fast track accordingly so that we'll give him within 2 weeks, we'll put him on the schedule of listening to the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. So, honorable members, we move back from order number 4 and revert back to order number 7. So we can go to the next order. Order number 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we have statements, and the first one will be a statement by the member for Isiolo County, Honorable Mumina Bonaya. Honorable Mumina Bonaya is not present. Okay, we'll proceed to the next one. Request for statement by the Honorable Prontos Akuja, member for Loima. Is the member for Loima present to seek his question? That will pass then, that one. The next statement, request for statement is by the Honorable Joseph Lekuton, member for Laisamis. Member for Laisamis is present. Let him have the mic. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44's subsection C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the submersion of learning institutions due to rising water levels in Lake Turkana. Honorable Speaker, for generations, Lake Turkana has been a vital resource for the people's economic and cultural well-being, with fishing being their primary source of livelihoods. Regrettably, over the past 4 years, Honorable Speaker, the rising water levels in Lake Turkana have led to the closure of a number of learning institutions as they have been submerged. This has greatly impacted not only the residents' way of life, but also the educational opportunities for their children. The rise in water levels has adversely disrupted students from learning further. And further, Madam Speaker, this has led to a reduction in attendance of learners to schools, hence negatively affecting the gains made towards enhancing access to basic education. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following: a detailed report on the number of schools and students who have been affected by this submersion, urgent measures being put in place to ensure all affected students are able to attend schools, including steps taken to relocate submerged schools and provisions of temporary classrooms and offices to enable learning to continue, and plans put in place to ensure candidates are able to undertake their exams in October 2024. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The chairperson for the Committee on Education, or a member who's present to give an undertaking on behalf of the community. Honorable Meli, I couldn't see you. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll give a response.
Do you have go to the mic?
Yes. Yes, I'm saying I'll give a response in 2 weeks' time.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Next is a request for a statement by the Honorable Joshua Kandiye, member for Baringo. You may proceed, Honorable Kandiye.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor regarding the role of Ministry of Labor and Social Protection in regulating labor migration through private recruitment agencies, and whether the State Department of Diaspora Affairs has encroached on their roles. Honorable Speaker, labor migration has immense socio-economic benefits to both countries of origin and destination. It is a source of employment and livelihoods for migrant workers, bridges skill gaps in destination countries, supports skill development and technology transfer, and a source of much needed remittance in the migrants' workers' countries of origin. Honorable Speaker, over the years, Kenya has continued to experience migration of its citizens to different parts of the world, including Europe, United States of America, Asia, Latin America, Canada, Australia, Middle East, and the Gulf region, with the bulk being the youths who are seeking employment opportunities in international markets where their skills are in demand. This trend underscores the importance of efficiently managing labor migration while ensuring the protection of Kenyan migrant workers. Honorable Speaker, despite the significant benefits accrued by the country from labor migration, the sector still faces a number of challenges, which include weak coordination of labor migration, management, inadequate information on labor migration, inadequate policy and legal framework on labor migration, limited bilateral migration agreements, inadequate social protection for migrant workers, inadequate regulatory framework for private recruitment agencies, and high cost of remittance. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor on the following. What are the roles of the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection in registration and regulation of private recruitment agencies involved in labor migration? 2, how does the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection work together with the State Department for Diaspora in regulating the labor migration sector, while ensuring the State Department does not encroach on the roles of the ministry? 3, why and how do private agencies banned by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection continue to recruit migrant workers? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. And this particular statement is been referred to the Departmental Committee for Labor. A member of the committee, as I see the chairperson is not here. Is the chairperson here? Any other member of the committee? In that case, then I will let the representative of the Leader of Majority, Honorable Naomi Wako, you shall ensure that this gets to the Committee for Labor.
Yes, I will do that, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, let's proceed. We have another request for a statement by the Honorable Member for Funyula, Honorable Dr. Awundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands regarding the status of the Register of Government Lands as provided for under the various land laws of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, after Section 97 of the Government Lands Act, Cap 28 was repealed, it was replaced by Land Registration Act. The Register of Government Lands established under the now repealed Section 97 of the Government Lands Act became a register as provided for under Section 104.1 and Section 105.1c of the Land Registration Act. Additionally, the Constitution classified land in Kenya as public land, community land, and private land. Article 62.1 further defines public land to include unalienated government land, land lawfully held, used or occupied by any state organ, land in respect of which no individual community ownership can be established by any legal process. Honorable Speaker, despite the provisions of the Constitution, the country has been indebted by reported cases of unclear acquisition and encroachment of public land. In other cases, private individuals have acquired titles to public land without following the provisions of Section 9 of the Land Act. Several audit reports by various committees of Parliament have found cases of unaccountable public land and public entities not knowing the extent of their land holdings, not having any ownership documents. This has resulted in loss of public property, conflicts, and rampant cases of demolition. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson, the Departmental Committee on Lands, on the following. Number one, the current number of titles and parcels of land and the total number of government lands appearing in the defunct Register of Government Lands that was transitioned to the new land register as provided for under Section 104.1 and Section 105.1c of the Land Registration Act number 3 of 2012. Number two, the changes, if any, in the number of titles of public land and acreage in the period between 2012 and 2022. Number three, whether there is a designated registrar for public lands among those appointed under Section 12 of the Land Registration Act number 3 of 2012. And finally, plans in place to ensure the registration details of public land are made known and available to the members of the public as provided for under Section 10 of the Land Registration Act number 3 of 2012 and Access of Information Act number 31 of 2016. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The statement is referred to the Committee for Lands. Is the chairperson of the Lands Committee here? Again, Honorable Naomi Wako, you'll take a note of that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I undertake that because the member has raised a weight issue, we need about 4 weeks as a committee to reply or to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's noted. And now I think the Honorable Member for Loima is back, and therefore I'll give him an opportunity to also request for a statement. Honorable Prontas Akuja.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to request for a statement regarding the school feeding program in public primary schools in pastoralist communities. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the school feeding program by the National Council for Nomadic Education, NACONEC. Honorable Speaker, the National Council for Nomadic Education in Kenya, NACONEC, is a semi-autonomous agency established under the Ministry of Education with the mandate of initiating the development, implementation, and review of policies in all matters regarding to education in ASAL areas. The Council mobilizes funds and other resources from various sources in order to support relevant programs, including school feeding program in nomadic regions. The school feeding program was designed to promote education by increasing school enrollment, improving the health of school-going children, and enhancing overall academic performance. However, it is deeply concerning the public primary schools in ASAL areas, specifically in Loima constituency in Turkana County, are facing an acute shortage of food supply since the commencement of the current term, which has been a recurring problem. Honorable Speaker, this situation is particularly alarming given that grade 3 and grade 6 candidates are expected to sit for the national assessment soon. Many vulnerable children who are motivated by availability of food in schools have been forced to drop out of school. The shortage severely undermines the welfare of the learners and has a negative impact on the education sector in the region. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. One, reason for the persistent delay of food supply on public primary schools in ASAL regions. Number two, report on assessment of NACONEC's capacity to meet the educational needs of marginalized communities, including any challenges the agency might be facing. Number three, plans for immediate intervention to ensure timely supply of food to the affected schools. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, the request for statement will be forwarded to the chairperson of the Education Committee. Honorable Melly, you may give an undertaking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give an undertaking that I shall bring the report back to the House in 2 weeks. But Madam Speaker, on the issue of El Molo, and because the examination process is actually due or has started already, I promise to undertake that I bring the report before Thursday, especially on the examination issue. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, before we continue with the request for statements, I wish to recognize the presence of the following schools seated at the public gallery: prestigious Vineyard Academy from Embakasi East constituency, Nairobi County. Also St. Dominic Kitise Secondary School from Makueni constituency, Makueni County. And lastly, Njumbi Primary School from Mathioya constituency, Muranga County. On behalf of the National Assembly, I wish to welcome them to the House. Thank you. Next, we have a statement by the Honorable Doris Donya, member for Kisii.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's something I want to note. Today, for the first time, I bought the newspaper, and I saw the petrol prices have gone down by 8 shillings. Diesel has gone down by 3 bob or 3 shillings. And kerosene has gone down by 9 shillings. What by 6 shillings, that is now like 7 shillings, because it is 6.9. I was not good in math, but this 6.9 could be 7. Madam Speaker, I was just discussing with the Honorable Clive. I was telling him I've seen prices go up. When prices go up, those of us who use matatu, the fares hike. They hike. That is maybe from 2015. Now the prices have gone down. I was telling, I don't see a day when I will wake up and find the prices of transport have gone down now that most of the transportation vehicles are using diesel. I wanted to note the government is doing good work, but customers down here, we are not feeling the goodness of these prices going down. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That matter, I think, will be responded to by the chairperson of the committee, Transport Committee. Any member of the Transport Committee here? Honorable Milema, you want to say something? Honorable Dawood? But it's very valid.
Madam Speaker, it will have to be after the recess because we're going on recess. So after recess, another week or two. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dawood. Honorable Milema, you said you have a statement? You are not on the list.
But I've been
Is it
given
a response to a statement or the statement?
the statement itself.
Okay, I will allow you. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A request for a statement regarding the sporadic attacks occurring in the Muhaya constituency and Vihiga County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the sporadic attacks occurring in the Muhaya constituency and Vihiga County in general. Honorable Speaker, several gangs armed with assailants have been using motorcycles to conduct theft by attacking residents and pedestrians along the markets and roads of the Muhaya constituency. The gangs have been using weapons such as machete or crude blunt objects to rob people of their belongings and injure them severely. The rampant cases of insecurity are specifically common along the Luanda-Ebuyangu to Yala Road, Humusalaba, Emusutsui to Stendikisa Road, and on Esirulo to Luanda Road. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that several persons who have been attacked along these areas are either dead or admitted in hospital due to severe injuries sustained. For instance, on 2nd of October 2024, that's this month, an armed assailants with guns attacked and killed Mr. Nicodemus Olinjo Abuyeka of ID number 290000828, who was a businessman and boda rider from Esaba village in a Muhaya sub-county. Additionally, a Miss Diana Mamamboga, vendor at Luanda Market, was killed on 24th September 2024, while two other people, namely Eli Mukuna and a Mr. Anthony, were attacked by the armed assailants at Sokomoko and have been hospitalized due to severe injuries that they sustained. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. That one, a status report on investigations into the killing of Nicodemus Olinjo Abuyeka from Esaba village in the Muhaya constituency, Vihiga County, which was reported at Mbali Police Station on OB number 23/02/10/2024, and if any arrests of the assailants have been made by the police. And two, the measures put in place by the government to ensure deployment of additional officers to police stations in the Muhaya constituency to enhance security, including the timeline for deployment. Honorable Speaker, I add to indicate that this is not the first time I'm asking this, that in the so-said constituency of Muhaya, we have 4 police posts and one main police station that is not occupied. That is one, the sub-county headquarters at Msire, not occupied despite the fact it's finished. Then we have a Buhaya police post not occupied, a Murembe not occupied, and Ipali not occupied. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That request for a statement is referred to the Committee for Administration and Internal Security. Is the chairperson present? Yes, Honorable Tongoyo.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I will bring the response in 2 weeks, but I want to add one thing. On the issue of constructed and completed police stations, as indicated by the Honorable Member, that has got no personnel, I think it's an issue that we can follow up with him, with the IG. Does not have to wait even the 2 weeks when we bring the issue of incidents of death and killings.
All right, thank you very much. Now we proceed to get the responses from the statements that have previously been placed before the House. The first one was the answer to the statement by Honorable Wario, member for North Hor. Do you have a response, the Honorable Tongoyo, on that one?
Honorable Speaker, on the question being asked by, which was asked by Honorable Wario on the issue of North Hor, this issue was canvassed and actually discussed in depth with the CS Interior when he appeared before the committee last. And actually, there are even a lot of progress, because even the meeting with the leaders of that region has been already taken place. So as such, I have the response, but I prefer maybe to table it as being a document of the House. But we had already discussed it.
Thank you. Let's move to the next response, which is still with you. The one by the answer to the statement by member for Igembe Central, Honorable Karitho.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. I don't know, Honorable Speaker, I need your indulgence, whether the concerned Honorable Member is in the House.
Is Honorable Daniel Karitho in the House? So I think there's no point responding to it if you are not here. And honorable members, I see that today there are many members who sought to give a statement and they're not present. Then in other cases, the chairpersons are missing. So I think the substantive speaker has pronounced himself severally on this issue. We move to the next one, is a response to the statement by the Honorable Wamboka, member for Bumula. Do you have a response, Chairperson for Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I do have a response. And my response is as follows. Madam Speaker, the member of Bumula constituency, Honorable Waname Wamboka, sought for a statement pursuant to Standing Order 42, 2C, on the disparities in the Kenya Defence Forces recruitment. He specifically raised the following concerns in his request. Number one, the reasons behind the rampant irregularities during KDF recruitment. Number two is a comprehensive list of youth who were recruited in the last recruitment per sub-county, including those who claimed to have hailed from Bumula constituency. And number three, steps taken by the ministry to ensure that future recruitment processes are fair and transparent. Madam Speaker, the committee engaged the Ministry of Defense and above concerns by Honorable Waname Wamboka, on the above concerns by Honorable Waname Wamboka, and I therefore wish to respond to the issues as follows. Number one, on the reasons behind the rampant irregularities during KDF recruitment. Factors contributing to the perceived prevalence of irregularities during KDF recruitment include the systematic and cultural tendencies within segments of population that seeks to manipulate the process through various methods, including bribery, extortion, and intimidation. The ministry upholds a strict zero-tolerance policy regarding such conduct. And question number 2, on a comprehensive list of youth that were recruited in the last recruitment per sub-county, including those who claimed to have hailed from Bumula constituency. The response will be, Madam Speaker, in the most recent KDF recruitment drive carried out in 2023, 14 individuals from Bumula constituency were recruited, 12 male and 2 female. Number 3, steps taken by the ministry to ensure that future recruitment processes are fair and transparent. The response will be, the ministry continues to ensure that KDF recruitments remain a fair and transparent process through civic sensitization and mass media information to curb recurrent malpractices. I submit and I thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker.
Honorable Wamboka, are you satisfied with the response?
Honorable Speaker, definitely not. The gist of this question was that people were recruited in Bumula constituency and they did not come from Bumula constituency. I went and engaged my administrative officers, the chief, Madam Lucy Magoha, for instance, Assistant Chief Ruben, and all the village elders. They do not know any one person who was recruited from Kimaeti sub-county. And that is the gist of this question. What I expected from the chair, who is my good friend and my namesake, is that you give me the names that you purport were recruitees of Bumula constituency, which you have not. Mr. Chairman, number 2, on a comprehensive, just a minute. My question number 2 was a comprehensive list of the youth that were recruited. How do you understand that question, Honorable Chair? Honorable Speaker, this clearly, the chairman is trying to hide something. He knows the truth that Bumula was disadvantaged, just like many other constituencies in this republic, and he's trying to cover it up. Please do not politicize the military of Kenya. It may be the only thing that is remaining professionally in this republic. We want fairness. We want every corner of this country, every sub-county to feel part and parcel of that institution. So, Honorable Speaker, of course my question was not answered. I do not have the list. I need to see the list so that I disapprove the chairman that those people he has in the name of Bumula constituency do not come from Bumula constituency. Thank you.
Do you have an answer, Honorable Koech? One more. Okay, allow, you have a point of order, Honorable Milema?
Thank you. On a point of order, just to emphasize, I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker, what is said. It's a matter that the chair can take very seriously. Because I had a similar situation. And I have to explain it well, Honorable Speaker, when our former senior colleague was still under that particular ministry. And the names of the people who were recruited in the armed forces, Honorable Speaker, from Emuhaya, were not from Emuhaya. And you know that it's so glaring, it has to be said, that even the officers working under the provincial administration, Ngao, they know that some syndicate somewhat is happening where these names can be mopped up and be fitted from a certain constituency and go away. So at the end of the day, the celebrated quota, Honorable Speaker, which would want all departments to adopt, whether it's the Ministry of Roads, the Ministry of Energy, and now the armed forces, police, and even the NYS, Chair, is not being followed, and therefore that emphasis should make you, as you go back to look at your research, to look at the holistic picture in many of our constituencies. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Koech, Chairperson.
Madam Speaker, now that 2 members have raised this issue, let me first say that maybe, Honorable Wamboka, it would have been easier if you had given me the names of those you think are not from your constituency. But number 2, is a matter of concern, because now it looks like it touches on most members of parliament. I'll take a step further to make sure that as members are requesting, that there might have been recruitment that have been done in different sub-counties, but the names really are not from those sub-counties, to make sure that that anomaly is worked on, because whatever has happened now, and make sure that in future recruitments, if it is for Emuhaya, for instance, we make sure that all the 14 names, like has been provided now, are from that constituency as indicated. Because it will be a lie then to say you are, for instance, going to have recruitment in Bumula and go and get people from Shinyalu, register in Bumula and be employed from Bumula. So I will take that matter up. And if Honorable Wamboka has more questions in regards to that and the names as he's requesting, I will then put the question to him, which of the names of the 14 that were recruited are not from his constituency.
Member from Bumula, do you have the list? You were given the list.
Honorable Speaker, National Assembly has asked the ministry to provide the names of the people they recruited in Bumula constituency. For crying out loud, why is the chairman passing back the ball to me? Because he knows he cannot produce those names, Honorable Speaker. And now, the chairman says, this is now a bygone, that it has passed. I find that too unreasonable, Honorable Speaker, because this is how constituencies, different constituencies have been missing out, while others continue employing more people. It beats logic, Madam Speaker. Why would you pick children from Garissa constituency, for instance, and come and recruit them through Bumula constituency? Why would you pick Kiambu children to come and recruit them through Emuhaya constituency? And now that he is admitting that it has happened, what measures do we have to put in place to ensure that those constituencies who suffered are restituted? What do we do to ensure that the missing slots that Bumula has been experiencing has them? What do we do, Mr. Chairman? What do we do? And this is not just 2023. This goes down to so many years of recruitment that some constituencies have not been producing children in the military. That is why, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the military is continually being politicized. That you cannot feel part and parcel of this country because of such things. The net effect, Honorable Speaker, of not recruiting children from every constituency, it means that progressively, when these people grow up the ladder, when they climb above that ladder, when they reach promotions, we will not have children from Emuhaya, from Bumula getting promoted. When now it gets to leadership of the military, you will not get people from those regions getting positions of military, of leadership in the military. And it is so unfair. It goes against the Constitution of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. So the chairman is out of order. Can he tell this House when is he producing the names of the people who are recruited from Bumula constituency? Yeah, he's out of order. Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. And could you please take this House serious?
That's my prerogative, Honorable Wamboka, to declare him out of order, not yourself. But I'll give Honorable Russo, who has a point of order, and then I'll come to you, Honorable Koech.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleague who has just raised this very important question, he said the military is politicized. I think that is far from the truth. The military has recruitment centers. And even with the new sub-counties coming up, then it means there are more recruiting centers that are coming up in the military. But what is important and what he has raised is those recruiting officers in those recruiting centers must identify those young men and women who are coming to be recruited, that they actually come from those locations and sub-locations within that sub-county. I think what the honorable member from Bumula has suffered is potentially people moving from different places because of population or because of looking that it is easier to get employed or recruited there. But I believe the honorable chair has a task to make sure that the few who are being recruited from different sub-counties and constituencies are actually the bona fide residents of those areas, so that no area is unfairly disadvantaged. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think the Honorable Chairperson, maybe it's easier that if you can't read out the names here, you can always provide them. Yes, provide them to the member, and then you can then come back and report to the House. And
I think, let me just, Honorable Mboka, don't be emotional about it. I understand your pain and I really understand your concern. Madam Speaker, it is also not fair for me to bring the names of all the recruits that were picked from Bumula constituency. It is only fair if you said you want to engage with the Ministry of Defense to understand how it was done in Bumula constituency, and they can do it in private. Because also, these are Kenyans. These are people, and it is important that we keep them as private as possible. So I understand your pain, and I want to promise you that I will deal with it. And if you, I beg your indulgence, if you accept, I'll take the matter up and proceed and request the Ministry of Defense to invite you to explain to you how the recruitment was done in your constituency.
I think we have belabored this point, Honorable Wamboka. Honorable Wamboka, I'm helping you here so that you can get a resolution. Honorable Wamboka, I will help you get a resolution. Usually, the names are published in the dailies. Isn't that right? Honorable Chairperson, the names are normally published in the dailies. Per constituency? Let's proceed, Honorable Wamboka. I'll give you a minute before we... Okay, there's a point of order here, Honorable Wamboka. Honorable Wamboka, before you proceed, Honorable Wamboka, I'll give you a chance to proceed. Let's take the point of order from Honorable Pukosa, then we'll come to you.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I need guidance from your chair because military is a very sensitive and it deals with the security of this country. Exposing the names of the military officers publicly affects the integrity and the security of the nation. And I think, yes, I think saying that you want the names from all over the country, I think we are playing into a very dangerous game. And therefore, if we want to speak, if we want to be specific to Bumula alone, then that can be at that.
Yes. And Honorable Wamboka, what we were saying is, and which is what the chairperson offered, is that you can have a meeting with him as representative of the people of Bumula, engage with the military, go through that list, and give them sufficient facts to confirm that those persons are not from Bumula constituency. I am sure that going forward, they shall ensure that the next recruitment will ensure that people from Bumula will be taken. So I think that way your problem will be resolved.
No.
Because I think at the end of the day, you just want to be able to prove to them that those persons are not from Bumula and ensure that going forward, they shall have a better system of counter-checking where persons can be declared to come from Bumula. And I think that is something that can be resolved. And then you can later come back to the House and confirm that the matter has been resolved. Is that not the... Are you happy with that?
Give me the mic. Honorable Speaker, I have a problem. When the chairman of Defense Committee wants to hide behind your chair, this is the National Assembly. These people were recruited publicly and during the day. Honorable Speaker, this is the National Assembly. There is no other house that is supreme, more supreme than this house. Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Defense went and recruited, in the name of recruiting people from Bumula, brought other people. And that is the reason why he has not given those names, Honorable Speaker. And it is a question addressed to him. Why should I have to go to meet the minister in camera? No, I refuse to do so. This is the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we have asked the chairman to produce the people that were purportedly recruited in Bumula constituency. It is period. We have honorable members who are also have the same problem, Honorable Speaker. My next problem, Madam Speaker, is that we just move forward like that. How? How do we move forward when constituency A has 20 people in the recruitment, while constituency Bumula B has 0? Continually, Bumula is disenfranchised. We cannot proceed like that, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we are saying we will not go to see the minister. The chair has to give the names of those people that were recruited in this house. This question was asked in this house, Honorable Speaker.
I think the chairperson is not saying he won't give the names. He's just saying it's prejudicial to make the names public, considering they're already in the military. That was the issue that he was raising. What's your point of order, Honorable Farah?
Mr. Speaker, Wamboka is my very good friend. But my point of order is this. And for the benefit of the House itself, you cannot discuss anything to do with ordinances, the weapons, the number of forces we have, the names of anything of our security forces. That is a strategic matter. Order. It's a... That... Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Allow him, Honorable
My point of order.
Just allow him to prosecute. You'll have a chance to respond. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, you will have an opportunity to respond.
My point of order. Mr. Speaker, can I explain? Can I explain?
Honorable Wamboka. Order, honorable members. Honorable Wamboka, we've given you so much. Hold on. Honorable Wamboka, we have given you great opportunity to prosecute your case. We are still prosecuting your case. You have not been gagged. Honorable Clive, if you have something to say, you can rise on a point of order and speak to it, but not heckle from your seats, because that way we will not make progress. He's allowed to let each member say their part. Then we can proceed, whether you disagree with it. Because how would you feel, Honorable Clive, when you will want to say something, if other people agree and heckle, how will you feel? Let everyone have their say. It doesn't necessarily mean that other people can speak and others cannot. So proceed, Honorable Farah.
Can I have it? I am not in any way negating what somebody feels should be done. But I'm talking from the traditions of the House. If you want to discuss a matter that's of national security, you seek an appointment, you have the House in camera. And only then, listen, we have a nation and a sovereign state called Kenya, which belongs to all of us. There is no way in the world. No, I am on a point of, can I finish my point of order? You cannot discuss. And you are lucky, because if I was on the chair there, I would throw you out if you insist on that. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson of the committee, because that's the person whose the question was directed at. Proceed. Honorable Elachi, stand down. No, I'm not giving you an opportunity.
I have listened to members.
I have given this position to the chairperson.
Let's end it there. I want to promise that I will invite all the members that have issues with the recruitment before the committee. It will be held in camera. like has been said by the Deputy Speaker, and I think all the issues that you've raised will be dealt with at that point.
Okay, let us proceed. We already have a conclusion. Yes, sir. Honorable Karoli, what did you want to say? I know you had your hand up earlier.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think we are not being very judicious in the way we are handling this matter. We are dealing with recruitment. We are not dealing with military operations. We are dealing with a process that is guaranteed under Article 10, our national values of transparency and accountability. Article 35, Article 231, 1J of our Constitution guarantees, and Section 18 of Parliamentary Powers and Privileges gives this House the power to ask for the information that the honorable members asked. We cannot hide behind mere statements. There is nothing posing security risk to the Republic of Kenya by disclosing the names of the people who are recruited under fraudulent circumstances. Actually, a crime has been committed, and this House cannot shield commission of a crime. When you deny people their rightful chance to be recruited in KDF in their sub-counties by importing other people and then claiming that there is some security issue about it. A crime has been committed. It is fraud.
Okay,
and this House has the power to...
Honorable Karoli, you are speaking as if it has already been confirmed that a fraud did take place. There's been an allegation by Honorable Wamboka. What we want to do is try and confirm that what Honorable Wamboka is saying is correct. Then only at that time shall the names be brought out in public. So we've given an opportunity for the matter to be resolved between the concerned sub-counties and the security forces. And Honorable Karoli, we're not talking about ongoing recruitment, we are talking about post-recruitment. These are persons who have already been recruited. So Honorable Karoli, shut up, Honorable Karoli, please. I've said that the matter, we are trying to get a situation, honorable members. Oh yes, my apologies, because he has been shouting. Honorable members, we are working towards a resolution which will allow the names to come to the House. We are not directly allowing the names now until some preliminary investigations and gathering of information has happened. And Honorable Karoli, you were speaking even when I hadn't given you the mic. So you were out of order. That's why I could use that language on you. So let us proceed. Honorable Wamboka, your matter is under investigation. We have not closed the matter. It will come back to the House. So even now, if we proceed to discuss it, we are only speculating. Can we get an opportunity when actual facts, absent of speculations, can be brought to the House? And I will rule that this matter shall be brought back to the House after further consultations with the committee. That is the end of this matter. Let's move to the next order. I think there was a statement, an answer to the statement by that came from Honorable Titus Lote. What is your point of order? I didn't know you have a point of order. Honorable Omolo Otiende, don't be angry. You don't have to get upset. I didn't know it was a point of order. I thought you were part of the heckling. Okay, proceed with your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I respect your ruling and guidance. Since the point of order is directed for your guidance, Madam Speaker, I respect your ruling and guidance that the matter will be discussed further. There's only one problem, that, Madam Speaker, you are leaving it at a point where the chair has said that they will invite Honorable Wamboka and any other member with an issue to the committee. That's the problem. Madam Speaker, when a member poses a question here, and many members find it affects them, usually they await the answer instead of everyone bringing the same question. So we were awaiting the answer on this. Madam Speaker, it is grossly inaccurate for the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Second Deputy Speaker Malim to misguide the House, and it goes unchallenged. There is nothing in the KDF Act that prevents a disclosure of the names of persons who are recruited. The same way, Madam Speaker, before deployment of our forces anywhere, it's usually brought to this House to approve. There are things that cannot be disclosed, but recruitment is not one of them. We are just in a process where this House impeached the Deputy President for such practices. How can we then say that we do not want, and when we want to know how people have been recruited, then it is secret? We want to know, not just the KDF, not just the police, not just the teachers, all of us, because we represent constituencies. The answers should always be brought here. Madam Speaker, I urge you, in line with your ruling, to guide that when the matter comes back, the chair should be prepared to indicate for all of us, for our benefit, who was recruited in which constituency. You know, we are not even going to the issue of how many people do we have in the defense forces. We are only talking about the last recruitment. What is secret about that? What is the national security on Ombosoro, knowing that my constituent was not recruited in his constituency by fraud, and vice versa? It is accountability. It is in line with Article 47 of the Constitution. The Access to Information Act actually requires that such information should be availed even before it is sought. So when it is sought, I'm afraid that the chair of the committee ought to bring it to us. I so humbly submit, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I think let us stay focused that this issue is relating to a matter that was raised by the Honorable Member for Bumula. The Honorable Member for Bumula has raised very serious concerns. We have said, let us find a methodology that is easy and efficient for him to get his answer accurately. That's why we are going in this direction. And we have said, we are not closing the matter. The matter shall be reported back to the House at the appropriate time. So we are not closing it. So right now, yes, that's now a valid question. What are the timelines? So the Honorable Chairperson for the Departmental Committee for Defense should tell us when can you, and I think if other sub-counties have an issue with it, that can be raised at a later date by those particular sub-counties. Let us start with Bumula constituency. If in the event that we find that Bumula constituency had challenges, when the chairperson reports, then we can now go step by step to other sub-counties. But let us confirm that there is in fact a problem. Then we can now deal with how to deal with a larger policy situation in this. So that way we will have a better chance of being able to go to a resolution rather than talk shop here and find no solution at the end of the day. So the only answer I will entertain on this point now is from the chairperson to tell us how long, so that there is a time frame, and you will come back to report to the House. Are you satisfied, Honorable Wamboka, with that?
When?
Yes. Yes, timelines. Proceed.
When we resume, Madam Speaker, if you will be adjourning on Thursday, I want to say immediately we resume 2 weeks after, if that is okay with the Honorable.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Member for Muhaya, you did not bring a statement, but I am told that it's because you're neighboring constituencies, it will probably touch on your constituency also. But we are not opening it up for other people to bring their grievances. They have their own individual opportunity to bring a statement on behalf of their constituents. And no, I will not entertain a point of order on this particular point, unless you have a point of order on something else. And since we haven't gone to the next order, you actually have there is no point of order because we have closed this matter. Let us proceed. And I think there was a response to the question or statement by the Honorable Titus Lotte, member for Kachiliba. It's supposed to be answered by the Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Honorable Tongoya, you have that? It's the last response.
Yes, I do, Honorable Speaker. And I don't know whether the concerned honorable member is in the House also.
Yes, Honorable Lotte is present. Yes, you may
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, the member of Kacheliba constituency, Honorable Titus Lotte, had requested for a statement regarding insecurity in his constituency, and the member was concerned by a banditry attack at Kases village in Kasai Ward, which had led to a death of 2 women. And in particular, the member wanted a detailed account of the attack and the current status of the investigation into the matter, particularly the killing of Miss Chemket Logolenyang and Miss Cheposangil Rengeyei. Additionally, the member also wanted to know the additional resources or support being provided to strengthen the capacity of security personnel in the Kases village and Kacheliba constituency. And also wanted to know a report on the immediate and long-term measures being taken by the government. Honorable Speaker, I state as follows. On 25th July 2024, about five armed Turkana bandits raided the Nadome village with the aim of stealing livestock, but were repulsed by the National Police Reservist. However, as the bandits fled toward Lorogon, they shot and killed 2 women, Miss Chemkat Logolenyag and the one Miss Cherosangel Rengeyei, who were engaging in a small-scale gold mining activities in the nearby valley. The police officers responded to the scene, and in pursuit of the bandits, no arrests were made, but the bodies of the deceased were removed to Kapenguria County Referral Hospital for preservation and postmortem, and the bodies were later released to the families for burial. And the case is still pending. The case is still under investigation by the timing of this report, the writing of this report. Honorable Speaker, the government has taken the following measures to strengthen the capacity of security personnel. The government has deployed 50 NPR and National Police Reservist officers within that area, revitalized the Peace Committee, which bring together elders from both communities to formulate means of sustainable peace and security in the area. On issue number 3, Honorable Speaker, the government has taken several measures to include measures to address the recurring banditry attack to enhance security in Kacheliba, and of course, in this case, the entire valley region. Intensifying police visibility through patrols, sensitization of the members of the public, engaging the political class across the ethnic divides and empowering on them to enhance peaceful coexistence, sustaining coordination of NPR to enhance their supervision and effectiveness in their operation, collaboration with the various stakeholders, including local leaders and NGOs, to coordinate meetings between communities living along the borders, and sustaining joint security meetings along the borders, and of course, organizing major security operation whenever there is an incident. Honorable Speaker, the government is taking long-term measures to enhance security in Kacheliba, to include opening up of disturbed areas through construction of security roads, construction of schools, hospitals, and market to prepare the locals for alternative job and livelihood, increase banditry allocation to police operation in the operational areas, that is to include the modernization program, posting and equipping adequate security personnel, and operationalization of the gazetted new Ombolioni location to help improve coordination of security in the disturbed area. Creation of more administrative unit given the harsh terrain and fastness of the area and the population notwithstanding. And establishment of the police station at Ombolion. Affirmative action for education. The government is planning to build low-cost boarding schools and encourage all school-going children from Turkana and Pokot to be taken to those schools. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of administrative status of Lorogon village, including reason for being administered from Turkana County, and the measures being implemented to prevent this village from serving as the hideout for bandits, I state as follows. Lorogon is a disturbed area, is a disputed area at the border of West Pokot and Turkana counties, with both communities laying ancestral claim to the same land. Currently, the area is mainly inhabited by the Turkana community within Lorogon sublocation, with an assistant chief under Kaptir location, Kainuk division within the Turkana sub-county. On the other hand, the Pokot community claim the area is within Songok sublocation, Kapur location, Kasei division within the Pokot North sub-county. Previously, the area was not occupied and was used by the Pokot community to graze field as a grazing field and well as watering point at the Tarkwel River. However, in the early 90s, the Turkana community from the Kaputut, Katilu, Lopur areas moved to the area to mine gold, during which they set up temporary camps and renamed the area Lorogon village. Subsequently, in 1986, more Turkana kinsmen moved to Lorogon to seek casual employment at the Tarkwel hydroelectric power plant. The population of the Turkana community at Lorogon village grew, and with the support from the county government of Turkana, the majority established permanent resettlement. However, the settlement of Turkana in Lorogon area infiltrated the Pokot community and subsequently led to the incest attacks and counter-attacks. This prompted the creation of Lorogon sublocation in 1997 and subsequently the appointment of the assistant chief. However, due to the prevailing hostility in Lorogon, Michael Oase, the assistant chief, is based at the Kalemorog location, Kainuk division within Turkana sub-county. Honorable Speaker, the following measures are being implemented to prevent Lorogon village from serving as a hideout: intensifying police visibility through patrol, the Ngao and NPS partnering with other stakeholders to hold regular peace building and conflict management meetings. There is an ASITU camp at Lorogon area, which was established to serve the resident. In addition, there are other formed units to include GSU camp in Tarkwel and Namakwamoru in Turkana South Sub-County security operations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I submit.
The Honorable Lotte takes the Lotte. The questioner has the first go at it. Yes, proceed, Lotte.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to appreciate the Chair for giving a comprehensive report about the insecurity. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that makes me not satisfied with the response is the promises that has always been carried on by government officials. For example, when we say that we have beefed up security by including the number of NPRs, could it be clear, Mr. Speaker, from the chairman to tell us from when this happened, how many NPRs have been added to beef up security? Because for me, that is a fallacy. There is no NPR that has been added apart from those that were there before. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that makes me a little bit disturbed is on the basis that 4 or 5 months ago, the killings took place, and up to today, they are still not finding the real reason for that. They are saying investigation still continues. Can we be given the right time when this investigation will come to a conclusion and that the right people that killed these ladies are brought to book? Because if investigation continues, Mr. Speaker, forever, it basically means that they cannot get justice, because justice delayed is justice denied. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the history of Lorogon village, I want to appreciate the history that the chair has given, that this village used to be a Pokot village up to 1986 when Turkana headsmen came to mine for gold. And Mr. Speaker, he has said that the population of the Turkanas increased in this area. Until 1997, they were given a sublocation. Mr. Speaker, I want to know, in this country, do we give a sublocation to a community so that this community is supposed to be administered from another county when they are within the precincts of that county? Mr. Speaker, that question remains unanswered, and I will wish, Mr. Speaker, that the chairman...
You have asked the question, it's not a speech, it's not a very long, you have already had a sufficient leeway from the chair. Can you allow the chair now, the chairman of the committee, to answer the question, please? Okay, proceed. The chairman will take one more question, and then, of course, we go to the next, what do you call the question? The Honorable Posing. Kosing, is it Kosing or Posing? Or you add both of them together?
I thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But listening to that response from the chair, whom I really respect, Honorable Speaker, I find it theoretical and academic. That's academic, Mr. Speaker. And I don't blame him because he's just receiving statements from the ministry or some people who write the statement. I used to be, of course, chairman of departmental, Mr. Speaker, so you receive statements from the ministry. So I don't blame him. But I don't know whether he knows what he said. Because what he said is totally lies. Lies, Honorable Speaker. And I want to tell him to listen. The issue of...
Order, Honorable Posing, the word lies itself is unparliamentary. But you could say misleading. Use the right word, misleading. If you want to say that the question, that the information is not factual, then you say misleading and ask a question. Don't make a speech. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But it depends on the school also where somebody went. You know, I don't want to tell you where I went, but I went to a good school. But Honorable Speaker, let me say use your words, misleading, because Honorable Speaker, he's saying about KPR. The minister himself came to Pokot and said he's going to add KPR. Where are KPR in this area? Point number two, Speaker, is telling us that these investigations are still going on. Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, since when? Investigation has been going on. Even next year, investigation has been going on. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the chairman that we are not living in the old constitution where ministers and government people used to hide on when funds will be available. This is the new constitution, Honorable Speaker, that is bound by dates. The Speaker, the Chair, Honorable Speaker, because it's misleading, must give the dates.
Fine enough, your point is taken, Honorable Kosing. No. Yeah. Honorable Kosing.
Why are you?
Honorable Kosing.
Are you becoming the chairman of his?
Honorable Kosing. It's a question and answer time. Please ask a question. Ask a question. It's not in. You're not supposed to make a statement. You're not supposed to make a speech. The chair has given you sufficient leeway to build your question, but now that you have built it, ask a question.
Honorable Speaker, I have been in this house sufficiently. And I really respect you because you are the chairman of the people who have cows like me. But you cannot hold a brief for the chairman of security. Speaker, you cannot hold a brief for this guy. He cannot run away. Where are KPRs, Honorable Speaker?
Okay.
Where are they?
Fair enough.
And these issues of locations and sub-locations, he's telling us, oh, it's going to be considered. When are they considered? The minister came and said he's going to do it.
You have asked
Honorable
the
Speaker,
question, point taken.
I know you represent it, but it's okay.
The MP for Turkana South, the MP for Turkana South, ask the last question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, while I was away from the House, I had the response by the chairman, security, on the matters to do with the conflict of Turkana and the West Pokot. And specifically, I want to highlight the issues raised by the chairperson and the member of parliament for Pokot North. Honorable Chair, I heard the member for Pokot North saying a village in Turkana South is a village in West Pokot. That is misinformation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we go back to history, the person who was in charge, who was determining the boundaries with those Wazungus, was a Turkana person.
Yes, what's your point of order?
That was,
What's your
Honorable
point of order?
Speaker, protect me from Kosing.
Yeah, he's on a point of order.
Protect me from Kosing.
MP for Turkana South, sit down. The honorable member here, chairman of Health Committee, is on a point of order. What's your point of order?
My point of order, Honorable Speaker, is the member for Turkana South right
In order.
in order to imply that there is a member for Pokot North, when we know that Honorable Lote is a member for representing Kachaliba.
Fair enough. Point taken. The honorable member Lote is for Kachiliba. There's no constituency called Pokot North. Proceed and ask your question, MP for Turkana
Honorable
South.
Speaker, I appeared before the Security Committee and I asked the chairperson for the Security Committee that we need to plan and go and visit these places. This story of coming up with stories here in Nairobi will not assist the people of Turkana and West Pokot.
Fair enough.
There is need to visit these
So you're
conflict
asking
zones
when will
instead
the
of just coming and writing issues here and present to this House. Thank you, Honorable
Fair enough.
Speaker.
My presumption is your question is when are you going to go together to go on the ground? Okay, Honorable Chair, can you answer those questions?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I need to appreciate that actually the member for Kacheliba, who did actually ask the statement, had admitted that is actually satisfied with the response, apart from just a few concerns. But having said this, Honorable Speaker, I think the members should be able to remember that the committee did actually visit the trouble area. We also had very extensive meetings with all members of that region, both the Turkana and the Pokot. So those are the issues that actually we managed to converse and really discuss in depth with the concerned members. But I still appreciate, Honorable Speaker.
Chair. There seems to be a concurrence between the MP for Kacheliba and the MP for Turkana South that there is need for you to go on the ground now. Am I right, MP for Kacheliba? Yes. So can you
Speaker,
forget about, yes.
I also have a concern from the chair because the chair says that he actually had a meeting with all of us. I did not attend any meeting whatsoever, Chair.
So fair enough. You made the point very clear. Both MPs, Chair, order, honorable members, order. You made your point, the MP for Turkana South. You want the committee to go on the ground and get the facts as they are today on the ground.
Meeting with the chairman on the ground.
Clear enough. You all, both MPs are in concurrent in the fact that that meeting, where they were, even when they took place, they were not party to it. Am I right? And they don't remember. So you give an undertaking on when the committee will go on the ground with the MP for Kachaliba, the MP for Turkana South, and any other MP from the affected areas.
Honorable Speaker, I'm well guided, but I think it's good also to really put on record. The report of the committee on extensive visit and fact-finding on the troubled region has been already even tabled in this House. It's a record of Parliament awaiting to be debated. So the fact that the Honorable Lote was not in the House or did not appear before the committee, but the majority of his colleagues, including the MP for Turkana South, they did appear. We visited the area, actually, including even this particular village. But that notwithstanding, there is nothing wrong to visit again, if need be, because I really feel their concern. I feel, of course, that their pain. But having said so, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of investigation, they appreciate the terrain and the problem of that area. We are going, of course, to tell the agency to enhance the investigation, and once the report or the finding is available, we will not instead to bring to this House.
I want to move to the next question. Honorable, what's your point of order, the MP for Mwingi West?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
You have been given the point of order, so proceed.
Yes.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Osoro is busy carrying out a Bangusi kind of meeting in Parliament. Can he really go to another place? We can't even hear anything, Mr. Speaker, being executed in front of the...
The Honorable Osoro is, it doesn't matter whether the MPs he's consulting are from Osoro. Are you consulting in low tones, or you have turned this into a Kisii? Okay, fair enough. Honorable Osoro is going to make sure that he does it in low tones. I think we have prosecuted this question good enough. Are you on a point of order? What's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am standing on a point of order seeking to know why a statement that I sought on 24th April of this year.
You will get an opportunity to prosecute that. Allow this question to be concluded first. The Honorable Kosing, are you on a point of order? How many times are you going to rise on a point of order before we go to the next question on this matter? I thought you made your point very clear. Okay, what's your point of order? What's out of order?
You know, Speaker, because you understand the place, that's why I'm raising point of order, Speaker. You know, you have helped us a lot, Speaker, before you became an MP. Speaker, for the record of the House, yes, the chairman actually visited these areas. I want to support that.
Yeah, but security is not a static matter. What obtained 6 months ago probably
so they
not
visited.
obtain now.
It is true.
So if the members, order, Honorable Member, order. If the members insist that we should go there again now, things could have changed. I come from a pastoralist area. The dynamics can change in a matter of hours, not days, not even months. So now that both MPs who are affected in this seriously, from the Honorable MP for Kacheliba, the MP for Turkana South, and many other MPs, are of the opinion that the committee should visit there, I think the chair should give an undertaking that he's going to visit there as soon as possible. Proceed and give that undertaking. You have finished your question.
Honorable Speaker, actually, I think I did indicate that as much as I appreciated that we did visit, there is nothing, no harm to even visit again as soon as possible.
Fair enough.
And we are going to capture it in our schedule and communicate with the concerned members the time of visit.
Well done. Fair enough. Next question. What's your point of order? The Honorable... yes, DK, proceed.
I know as you proceed, we have end of response to statements.
No, we still have one more. We still have one more. We have one on the spillage of highly poisonous substance in Kabembe area in Rironi town. Is the questioner the Honorable Kiragu in the House? Is the Honorable Kiragu? Yes, Kiragu is in the House. I think you can raise issues of questions that were not appropriately attended once we conclude that one. I'll give you an opportunity.
Okay.
Proceed and ask your question. The MP for Kiragu, for Limuru, Honorable Kiragu.
Honorable Speaker, I am waiting for an answer from the chair.
A statement, yeah?
Yes.
A statement? Yeah, a statement, yes. The chair of the Environment and Forestry and Mining Committee. Chair, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I only wish that also this, on environmental issues, people are not very keen, but also it's a very important topic that has been brought by Honorable Kirago, the Member of Parliament from Limuru Engineer. Honorable Speaker, the Engineer Kirago did ask for a statement, a response on the climate regarding the spillage of highly poisonous substance is Kambembe area, Rironi town on the 20th July 2024. Honorable Speaker, the questions that Honorable Kirago requested was a report on the origin and intended destination of the sodium cyanide, including details of the transporter or owner and their compliance with NEMA regulations on managing and handling highly toxic substance on transit. 2, the exact quantities of sodium cyanide that spilled from the 22-ton cargo that was being transported, including details of quantities that were recovered and those that cannot be traced. 3, measures put in place by NEMA for monitoring the movement of toxic materials across the country and policies for rapid response to such incidences to safeguard the safety of residents. 4, the steps taken by the ministry to safely dispose of the spilled chemical and recover those containers of sodium cyanide that were looted for safe disposal to protect the communities near the accident site from potential health risks. And lastly, clarify whether there was a plan to put in place to hold the owners or transporters of the spilled sodium cyanide accountable for the associated health and environmental hazard occasioned by the spillage. Honorable Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. 1, the background. On the 20th July 2024, a lorry carrying sodium cyanide overturned in Kambembe area, Rironi town, along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. Honorable Speaker, some drums with the product were looted by suspects, mainly from within Rironi and Rimuru location, while a few cases were spotted loading stolen drums on board public vehicles. Sodium cyanide is known to be highly toxic and poisonous and causes acute effects when it comes into contact with the skin, is inhaled or ingested. If the chemical gets into aquatic environment, it causes significant effect to aquatic organism. Honorable Speaker, the response to the incident was rapid and involved Tigoni Traffic, Ministry of Health officials, the National Government Administrative Officers, NEMA inspectors, County Government of Kiambu officials, the media, and the public. As to the response to question number 1, Honorable Speaker, the origin of the sodium cyanide is a Czech Republic product through the port of Mombasa and imported by Towata Kenya Limited, as annexed in Annexure 2 in the response. The consignment was being transported by Big Rig Company Limited, as annexed in Annexure 4. Currently, the movement of hazardous and toxic substance is regulated by MCA Act 1999. There are no substantive NEMA regulations for movement and use of chemicals. There is a draft chemical regulations in place. As for question number 2, Honorable Speaker, the response is some amount of sodium cyanide pellets spilled on the part of the road, though not widespread. The spillage on the road was immediately cleaned and the toxic neutralized. 2 damaged drums had contents, but the chemical was contained in the primary packaging plastics bags and no spillage occurred as annexed in Annexure number 1. On question number 3, Honorable Speaker, the draft and environmental management and coordination chemical regulations are in an advanced stage at the AG's office, and once passed will come handy in regulating the movement, manufacturing, use, and management of the incidents involved in chemical when they occur. Honorable Speaker, in addition, NEMA has put in place an elaborate public awareness social media platforms, hotlines for members of the public to report such incidences. Further, NEMA has network for fast responders to incidents that include respective county governments and lead agencies. A team is quick to respond and offer expertise in managing environmental pollution incidents. Question number 4, Honorable Speaker, the response is a robust sensitization and awareness campaign was launched immediately. The Ministry of Health, in collaboration with NEMA, issued a public notice on the same. The public notice was read in all the local churches. This concerted effort and teamwork resulted into recovery of 18 drums out of the 25 that had been taken away from the incident scene and prevented casualties. The search for the unrecovered chemicals and the sensitization activity is still ongoing. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the last question regarding the clarity, on the clarity whether there are plans to put in place of the owners or the transporters to be accountable, Honorable Speaker, the response is polluter pay policy will apply. The owner must ensure the area is clear of chemical and put in place monitoring mechanism and report back to the NEMA, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, investigation led by NEMA Police Unit to establish any breaches of the law and negligence are ongoing. The ministry, through the authority, is committed to ensure that Kenya enjoy a clean, healthy environment and to also ensure everyone takes their duties and responsibilities to safeguard the environment seriously. Lastly, the authority will implement this mandate without fear or favor, as annexed under Annex number 1 on the NEMA report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The MP for Limuru asks the first follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank my friend, Honorable Gikaria, and the chair of this committee. Honorable Speaker, the report confirms that the accident occurred. Out of the 25 drums of highly toxic material, 7 of them have not been traced, no accountability as to where they went or who is actually keeping them, or whether they have gone into the hands of people who may not know that this is a very toxic material talking about. Honorable Speaker, I have, in my career as an engineer, I have come across cyanide, salt, or what we call sodium cyanide. It is a very, very toxic material. And anybody coming across it without knowing the danger that it can cause, it is a very serious issue. My point here is that the report received is not complete without telling this House and the country where the 7 drums of this highly toxic material is. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, it is very sad for this nation that we can be in a business of transporting toxic material from Mombasa across this country, not being escorted by security or the NEMA officials. We need to have a transport plan indicating the route such material will pass, where the truck will maybe fuel, and the precautions that people need to take to make sure that this material is in safe hands. It was not the case here. An accident happened, and the public, as you know, they find some things they do not know what they are, and they went and helped themselves with. I agree that there was a lot of mobilization. What they have not indicated that even myself was involved to make sure that we have all the products brought back. We were lucky that 18 of those drums were brought back by the public. It is on record from the report given that there is no substantive regulation on the movement of toxic material. I wonder why NEMA has not looked at this. We know that there is a regulation on movement of radioactive material, like isotopes, that are being used either in hospitals or industry. And it is sad that at this point in our history of this country, that we are still saying they are working on a regulation. We should not allow people to import such material unless we can safeguard their safety, whether they are when on transit or when they are being used. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I am saddened when the report says that there is a formula that can be used just in case the public, when they come across or they come in touch with this toxic material,
MP for Limuru,
that they
please.
can get compensation.
On MP for Limuru, this is a statement. You needed further clarification. You have done it. Allow the chair of the committee to answer you, or rather build up on whatever he has already said. Half a minute. What do you want to say?
Yes, have a minute. Yes. What the statement has given us as safeguards or surety that those people who may be affected by this material, that they will be compensated. It is not clear because we know the effect of cyanide is long term. So those 7 drums, if they get in touch with our people and they fall sick later, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the statement has covered that adequately.
Fair enough. You've made a very passionate, in my opinion, informed concern on this, Mr. Honorable Chair of the Committee. I think you get the gist of what the Honorable MP for Limuru is saying. 1, 7 of those drums have not been accounted for. 2, the effects of this poison as toxic thing is that it can last for ages. So how are you going to account for everybody who has been affected by that? Or if you need more time to really do a serious work on that, then you better tell the chair so that you are given that more time. Proceed, Honorable Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I totally agree with the Engineer Kiragu on the substantive issues that he has raised. Honorable Speaker, first of all, there is a clarity that I want to make. It is true there were 25, 18 were recovered, but 2 of the drums, the 18 are the ones which the public had taken away, and those ones were 18 out of that, of the 25. 18 were recovered, 2 actually were left on the ground where the accident actually happened. So in totality, we have only 5 drums that cannot be accounted for. But that
Chair, for that kind of poison, for that kind of toxic material, 5 is too much. Those of you who remember your rudimentary chemistry, sodium cyanide. Am I right? Is that what do you call it?
Yeah, sodium
It's sodium cyanide, yeah? Yes. It's a very, very dangerous thing. That 5 can cause damage that essentially can last for the longest and can be very devastating. So give a serious undertaking, and if you don't have that information now, ask for more time.
Honorable Speaker, I totally agree with you, but of course to appreciate the efforts that the security, the team that was there, having recovered 18, you could imagine the situation that would have been. I totally agree also, Honorable Speaker, that as a committee also, we will, though not in my purview or our mandate, maybe the delegated legislation, it is important for this House to pronounce itself on matters to the Attorney General to release the regulations that will start implementation of safety of such kind of hazardous chemical or material. So again, there is a regulation which is sitting at the AG's office. Hopefully, if it finds its way to the delegated legislation committee, then maybe we could, as Parliament, we could be able to fast track and also advise, Honorable Speaker, we are users of this road. And whenever there is some maybe important materials which are being transported, there is always some security guarding the truck that is. It's also important also, maybe through the regulations, this could also be on matters to do with compensation. I totally agree that the formula on how these, in case they land on the wrong hands and the public is affected, there is no formula on how we are going. But, Honorable Speaker, we could go back to we will ask the ministry to be able to give further clarification on some of these issues, and particularly the tracing of the 5 drums that are not
So
never
you're
recovered.
giving an undertaking that it's not over, and you will use your office and your committee to seek a further closure to this, which essentially is going to be a closure that is not going to keep Kenyans wondering what's going to happen to the population. That's what I take it to be. Is that in the affirmative?
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. The honorable members, I do know there are a number of members who did ask for statements, and those statements have taken an inordinately long time. Can you do it in half a minute? The MP DK. DK, half a minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today I was here purposely so that I can receive a statement from the chair of Roads on that particular statement I had tabled in this house. But I'm a bit perturbed after the Honorable Speaker had given clear guidelines that that statement was going to be tabled today. I didn't trace it on the order paper. Neither can I see the...
Honorable member, it's a point taken. The honorable member for Roads, is he in the house? Is he in the house? Is any member of the committee in the house? Yeah, could you give an undertaking to the honorable DK that you will have that statement in the next? Please give the mic to Honorable Kiragu.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I will undertake to push for the answer to this one.
Fair enough. And then the MP for Tiati. Half a minute, MP for Tiati. Please give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, more than a month ago, I sought a statement which received a lot of support from across the aisle to the Committee on Administration and National Security on the recruitment and qualifications for recruitment of chiefs and assistant chiefs. And Mr. Speaker, since we are proceeding on recess in one day on Thursday, can I ask,
you
Mr.
want
Speaker?
to be given order, Honorable Kamket. You have asked, you did seek a statement. The statement is long overdue. You are seeking when the statement can be ready. Am I right?
Can I request, Mr. Speaker, because this is a matter, Mr. Speaker, that touches on every member here.
Okay.
And this is and the recruitments are continuing. Yeah, this is just a policy matter that the ministry can just make change the policy tomorrow and help so many hustlers in the villages who have been disenfranchised by this policy.
Fair enough. The chair for administration.
That the chair
and
responds to that matter tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Order, chair for administration and internal security. Where is the chair for administration and internal security? I thought he was in the house. Is there any member of that committee in the house now? Order, the chair does not have the business of looking for MPs somewhere behind. The chair, you have to give an undertaking on how soon, and it has to be very soon. Order, Honorable Letiati. Honorable Kamket. Order. Give us an undertaking on the statement sought by the Honorable Kamket.
Tomorrow in the afternoon.
Tomorrow in the afternoon. Fair enough. Done deal. The MP for Igembe Central. You did ask this, seek this statement from administration and internal security. Did you have that statement today ready? The one for the honorable member for Igembe Central.
I do. It's only that he was not in the house.
You issue that statement tomorrow along with the other one.
I will.
The chair has given him the leeway for it.
And I hope you should
Fair
tell
enough.
him to be in the house.
Next order. Just a moment. Sorry. Yeah, the MP, Honorable, yes, proceed. What's your order, Honorable Osoro?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On 24th of April, I also sought a statement to the Departmental Committee of Communication, Information and Innovation, chaired by Honorable Kiarie. But since April, Honorable Speaker,
do we have a member of the Information Committee here? Is Honorable Kiarie here? Order, Honorable members. Is there any member of the committee here? The Honorable Leader of the Government Business here? Where is the Leader of Government Business? ML, you better whip your own chair of the committee on cyber, it's called Committee on ICT, to have the statement for the Honorable Member for which constituency? Kitutu Masaba for a statement that he requested 4 months ago or 5 months ago. Give an opportunity to the Majority Leader. The mic to the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will make sure I get the chair of the ICT committee to be able to answer to that question statement by Honorable Clive.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2024, second reading. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members, on this matter. Order, Honorable Osoro. On this matter, I think debate on this bill was concluded, and all we had was left was to put the question. And now I'm going to put the question that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2024, be now read a second time. As many of the opinions say aye. As many of the contrary opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act.
Order, honorable members, yes. The chair, yes. The chair, order, honorable members. Chair has directed that we skip order number 9 and proceed on to order number 10.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We have rearranged.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024.
The mover. Do I have to propose the question first? Or the mover?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And honorable members, this is a very important motion. I request that you listen because I'm sure you'd want to contribute to it. Honorable Speaker, I want to move the report on the consideration of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024. Honorable members, the Division of Revenue Act 2024 was assented to by the President after approval of
Order, Honorable, the Honorable Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee. Please read the motion verbatim. That the Senate amendment, you just read it as it is and then and say that I beg to move, and then you proceed and prosecute it.
I stand guided, Honorable Speaker. The Division of Revenue.
Is it in order for us to continue discussing anything for county government after they have taken us to court? Can they as well go to court and discuss that?
You're out of order. Proceed, the chairperson. Read it verbatim, either verbatim or verbatim, depending on whether you're taught by an American or an Englishman. Anyway, proceed.
Oh, but it's on my Thank you. The Division of Revenue Act 2024 was assented to by the President after approval by both Houses of Parliament following the recommendation of the Mediation Committee.
Honorable member. say that, honorable members, I beg to move the motion, which is consideration of the Senate amendment to the Division of Revenue Bill, and just read it as it is. And then you move it, and then you move it. You don't have that order paper. Give her the proper order paper, please. You move the motion as it is, then ask somebody to second you.
I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024 be now considered.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I request Honorable Julius Ruto.
She has to read. Yeah, the motion has to be read once. Am I right? Yeah. When you move, okay, you probably might have a certain, but the tradition has been when you move, you go into the substance of it. Why? You explain yourself, you make a case for yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Division of Revenue Act 2024 was assented to by the President after it was approved by both houses, National Assembly and the Senate, following the recommendations of the Mediation Committee that the equitable share for county governments be set at 400 billion. That is, the Mediation Committee did set the amount at 400 billion. The National Assembly had proposed the equitable share at 391 billion, whereas the Senate at the time had proposed the equitable share to be 415 billion. The decision of the Mediation Committee was guided by the anticipated higher revenue collection arising from the measures pronounced in the Finance Bill 2024. But, honorable members, we all remember that the revenue-raising measures contained in the Finance Bill 2024 were projected to raise an estimated 346 billion in revenue. However, following the withdrawal of the Finance Bill 2024 and the attendant downward revision of revenue projections, it was deemed appropriate and fair that both levels of government, the two levels of government, national and county, to bear the reduction in expenditure equitably. Consequently, the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024 was introduced with an aim to amend the Division of Revenue Act 2024. This Revision of Revenue Act 2024 provides for the sharing of revenue raised nationally between the national government and the county government for the financial year 24-25. It projected shareable revenue of 29.48 billion, out of which the equitable share to the county government was to be 400 billion, and that of the national government 25.40 billion, and the equalization fund was to take 7.8 billion. Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly on the 7th of August 2024 considered and approved the changes in the sharing as proposed in the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024, where the total shareable revenue is envisioned at 26.02 billion. The amount is shared as follows: that the national government is allocated 2214.27 billion, and county governments to receive 380 billion, and the equalization fund to remain at 7.8 billion. Honorable members, the bill was thereafter transmitted to the Senate for consideration after we had done the revision following the collapse of the Finance Bill. for the Senate, and in accordance with Article 1110(4) of the Constitution, pursuant to Standing Order 145 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate facilitated public participation on the bill, and on the 3rd of October 2024, the Senate passed the bill with amendments. And since the Senate passed the bill with amendments, it was referred back to the National Assembly. The bill was referred to the National Assembly on 4th of October 2024 for consideration and concurrence on the same, on the Senate amendments, as per the provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution. And it is therefore worth noting that the publication and approval of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill is pegged on the approval of this bill. Hence, the urgency to conclude the matter and follow the committee so as we can be able to implement. Honorable members, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has looked at the bill as forwarded to the National Assembly and has made the following recommendation. So the committee, having considered, reviewed, and examined the message from the Senate on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024, recommends that the House rejects the amendments by the Senate. Honorable members, I therefore, on behalf of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, would like to appreciate the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, the Parliamentary Budget Office, for the support they extended to us for us to be able to fulfill our mandate during the consideration of the message from the Senate on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024. And therefore, on the behalf of the committee, and pursuant to Standing Order 199(6), it is therefore my pleasant duty and privilege to table the report and recommend to the House for adoption. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to invite the Honorable CPA Julius Ruto, member for Keses, to second the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, Honorable Massey, for the good presentation. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the rejection by the Committee of Budget and Appropriation on this particular bill, Division of Revenue Bill, amended bill by the Senate, on the grounds that it is now obvious to the knowledge of every Kenyan that as we talk right now, Kenya suffered for the first time a serious challenge when the Finance Bill 2024 was not ascended into law. The Division of Revenue then at that time that was approved by National Assembly, it was also approved by Senate, was prepared on the backdrop that the ordinary revenue was to be raised at 2.9 trillion. But the unfortunate happenings that took place thereafter, with the rise of the GNC and Kenyans rejecting the finance bill, and the president heeding to the calls by Kenyans that the finance bill of 2024 not be ascended, and he heeded to it, all of us know that the revenue suffered a shock. Now, as we talk, the reality is that the revenue that is being projected is way below even the 346 billion that had been intended to be collected. And therefore, it called for an amendment to it. The fact that National Assembly, through the Committee of Budget and Appropriation, absorbed the change, the drop of the 346 billion, and absorbed the larger point of it by 94%, only 5% was affected or not to be divided to the under division of revenue to county governments, is not enough for them not to say thank you. It is at the right time that county governments need to rise to the occasion that we are one Kenya. The fact that there are 47 counties, all of us constitute one Kenya. And we don't have a space to make more other revenues other than to live within our means. I want to reject this one, to support the rejection, and even to ask them further to consider there are more demands. They are going even to the issues of roads levy. We all aware that 2019, Mr. Speaker, they agitated on the same issue, and the courts of Kenya granted the counties the aspect of consolidating and collapsing the conditional grants on roads maintenance levy to form part of the equitable share. Even the current stalemate that they are causing on roads maintenance levy is also it's a backward thinking. It is against the backdrop of progress. Even as we are moving together, we are ready to support devolution as national parliament, but we are not ready to, and we are not prepared to keep going to a situation where we are now conflicting, discussing, and not moving forward. Whereas we have given the right positive support that we are expected to do as a national parliament, National Assembly of Kenya. I second the rejection of this particular bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024 be now considered. Honorable members, I now put the question that proceed, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think for this kind of motion is very important. It's important you get a few members contributing. Because you know what the Senate has done, Honorable Speaker, they have actually rejected the proposed changes by this House. And what is likely to happen, because I can see the mood, is that we are likely to end up with a mediation. Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that, or to remind the House that even where we are today was as a result of mediation. And that's how we ended up with 400 billion as the equitable share to the counties. But what the senators are saying, Honorable Speaker, is that if you look at the current act, the Division of Revenue Act, which was passed by this House, there is a clause there which says, in the case of any shortfall in terms of revenue collection, it is the national government to take that share of the deficit. But what they are forgetting, Honorable Speaker, this year is not a normal year. It's a year where we face challenges as a country because the finance bill 2024 was actually withdrawn. And on the basis of that, all the projected revenue in terms of collection could not be collected. So it's on the basis of that we're asking the senators if it is possible that we open up the current act so that even though there's an act saying that you cannot change, that informed by the current situation, then that there will be need, Honorable Speaker, to open it up for this particular year. And I'm sure next year we'll go back to normal way of doing things. So it's on the basis of that as a budget committee, we are saying we cannot afford to approve their changes, because if we did, Honorable Speaker, then automatically there will be no money to give them. It will be budget which is not funded, and it will lead to more deficit. So it is on those bases that we are saying, as a House, you support this rejection so that then we can go back again to mediation and see whether we can get to a figure which is agreeable without really harassing the Kenyans and the economy the way it is. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the rejection.
Yes, the Honorable. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to agree with
Makilap.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is my true name. Yours truly. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee. Mr. Speaker, it is a reality after the fall of the finance bill that we were living in abnormal times as a country. And each one of us, every ministry, every saga of government, every arm of government, judiciary, parliament, and executive, came down, accepted to cut their expenditure because the revenue side, there is nothing that was going to come from the revenue side. Mr. Speaker, the governors and the Senate, Mr. Speaker, the Senate should actually realize that we as Parliament are being practical on this matter. We are being practical, Mr. Speaker, because not only many departments reduced their budgets, Mr. Speaker, but the county government's funds were all reduced by 5%. And, Mr. Speaker, the reality is this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reality is this, that when 20 million was reduced to 380, Mr. Speaker, everybody came down. And Mr. Speaker, there is no need in this country, Mr. Speaker, there is no need, Mr. Speaker, in this country, Mr. Speaker, protect me from these members. There is no need in this country to have a budget that cannot be supported by revenue. Revenue finances budgets. And if the revenue is not there, it is not realistic.
The Honorable DK, the Honorable Pukose. Allow
Mr. Speaker,
the Honorable Makilap to give his contribution and listen to what he has to say. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, look, for example, at the end of the financial year, the county governments were not able to get all their share because of revenue fall, Mr. Speaker. So that is the reality. And the county government and the Senate must live to the reality of the time. Rather than having a budget in figures and not having the resources to implement the programs, we live in realistic times and be able to come down. For this, Mr. Speaker, I support the committee by rejecting the proposals from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable MP for Igembe, the MP for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also stand to support this amendment. Mr. Speaker, everybody in this country knows the situation and the financial position that we are in. And I believe even the Senate and even the governors, they know the position we are in. Our revenue collection has gone down as per, because of the condition in our country, and worldwide, the revenue collection in most countries is down. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the direction is in order, and I support that the amendment be done so that we spend what we have and we live as per our means. Going as per the demands of yesteryear will not solve the problems that we have in this country. We need to live within our means, and I really support this amendment, Mr. Speaker, with the Committee of Budget Appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to start by thanking the committee for standing firm that we should reject this amendment. Mr. Speaker, extraordinary times requires extraordinary measures. We are living in extraordinary times, whereby the government projections, due to rejection of the 2024 finance bill, it is in public domain, and even in the domain of the governors, that the revenue targets cannot be realized. And it's only prudent to be certain that we cannot budget what we cannot be able to raise. So I want to say that I support the directive, I support the statement of the budget committee that we reject the proposals by the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader. Order, honorable members. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I rise to oppose the amendments from the Senate and completely disagree with the amendments from the Senate and agree with our Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Speaker. One, as has been very well been articulated by the Vice Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee and also Honorable Makali Mulu, who has been a very diligent member of this committee. The shortfall that was occasioned by the rejection of the Finance Bill 2024-2025, Honorable Speaker, you remember we said it will have consequences. And the consequences that were to emanate from the fall of the division of the Finance Bill of 2024-2025 were not to be borne by the national government alone. And it is on that basis that we passed amendments to the Division of Revenue Act of 2024-2025 to reflect that particular shortfall in the projected revenues. And it must not be lost to our brothers and sisters in the Senate that the national government has no resources of its own. The national government raises resources that are shared horizontally and also vertically between the national and the county governments, and also between the counties, money that is usually raised from the public through taxation. And therefore, if we lost the entire bill, finance bill of 2024-2025, the projected revenues that were to come from that bill, which accumulated to about a total of 346 billion, are not available today, Honorable Speaker. And you know that also had an implication also on the performance of our economy. And it also means then, besides losing the 346 billion, the economy is also bound to lose much more than that, because part of the revenues we were raising were going into productive sectors of the economy that would have generated more money. And therefore, it's foolhardy for those in Senate to argue then that what was projected at the time we did the Division of Revenue Bill earlier this year would suffice, and the national government now must be able to bear the entire burden of the loss of the finance bill alone. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the figures, as has been articulated by the Vice Chair of the committee, the entire shortfall of 346, the national government was going to bear 325.88. That's almost 326 billion. And we're only asking the county government to bear only 20 billion shillings. If you divide 20 billion shillings among us the 47 counties, it's an average of maybe about 380 million per county. It is money they can survive without. And Honorable Speaker, should we be able to recover some of the tax measures that we had in the course of the year, and we're able to generate more revenue, nothing stops us from reappropriating and dividing monies again more to the counties, Honorable Speaker. And it must not be lost to our senators and also our governors that besides the shareable revenue that they get here, there are also conditional allocations that have not been touched. And I think the chair of the budget committee, the vice chair, should have been able to remind the senators that, and our governors, that the equitable share is the only share of 20 billion we're asking them to sacrifice because of the problems that we ran into. This, Honorable Speaker, if you even look at the percentages, the county governments, as I said, the 20 billion is only 5.81%, whereas the national government was going to lose 12.83, almost 13% of what was projected as the revenues that would go to each level of government. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would beg that we reject these amendments from the Senate so that we go into mediation, mediate soberly. And I want to ask our good senators, I know it behoves on them as senators to be seen to be protecting the counties, but you are not seen to be protecting the counties by just shouting in town. Protect counties by holding governors to account. A lot of resources are being wasted in the counties, Honorable Speaker. And we do not see any accountability in the Senate. The Public Accounts Committee in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to disparage them, but they know, and all Kenyans know what happens in that Public Accounts Committee in the Senate. No governor is ever held to account, Honorable Speaker, and we must make sure they are held to account. To our governors, Honorable Speaker, they should. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. I was saying, Honorable Speaker, our governors must also tread carefully. We have shared resources to them through this division of revenue, Honorable Speaker. But they are still going after money that is going to constituencies under KERA. Honorable Speaker, you cannot have resources being devolved to you directly to do roads, then the money that is left at the center again to maintain national government roads, you still go after it, apparently because it's members of parliament who are managing this money. Members of parliament don't manage KERA. It is managed by regional engineers at the regional headquarters of KERA, not members of parliament. Honorable Speaker, let us not even pretend that it is those people you see in court going to court. It is the Council of Governors that sponsors all these cases in court. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to tell them here today, the
remember in 2021, 2022, in one financial year, Honorable Speaker, we increased the shareable revenue by close to 50 billion shillings on the promise and on the understanding that they would have adequate resources to maintain county government managed and classified roads at the county level. It's foolhardy that 2 years later, now governors have retreated and taken us back. They are now telling us even the share of national government resources under KERA, we now want a piece of the pie. It will not happen, Honorable Speaker. And we must never allow it to happen because it is KERA, it is KURA, it is KENHA that are making Kenyans be able to connect from one area to another. The money going to our counties for maintenance of roads, Honorable Speaker, is ending up in private pockets of governors and their sidekicks in the counties, Honorable Speaker. And it is not in one county. Across the country, Honorable Speaker. I know my county, Kiambu, is the worst in terms of theft. But across all the counties, Honorable Speaker, the theft that is going on, especially in the road sector, you will never find anywhere that governors are properly utilizing money the way we see KURA or KERA on KENHA utilizing these monies. And therefore, I want to beg that we reject this amendment, send it back to the Senate, and then we will be able to mediate and be able to reason together soberly so that we agree. If there's a shortfall in revenue, we all bear that shortfall because we all contributed to that shortfall, Honorable Speaker, whether you're the county or the national government, and therefore oppose all the amendments from the Senate and support the committee that we reject this. And therefore, we shall all be voting no, I believe.
The Honorable Benaisa? Bissau, and then followed by the chair of the Finance Committee, and then Honorable Waluke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here to also give my contribution by saying we need to live within our means. My expectation was that the Senate would have come up with measures sort of to motivate the counties to spend prudently. But unfortunately, if you look at, the counties have become the dens of wastage. The counties have become a place whereby they ask for more, they're given more, without too many questions. And I'm very surprised that following most of the discussions of some of the county chiefs that have appeared in Senate, it is turned up to be like a boys' club, whereby you find that there's a lot of jokes even on very serious matter, especially when there are issues even to do with misappropriation of funds. So I would expect that the senators come up with creative minds and saying, let's first of all increase, as counties, increase the revenues you are collecting, but as we receive that revenue, we also ensure that there's no wastage. I would also have expected that the Senate tells the counties to come up with creative ways of even generating income so that even in the future, the same counties could even advance some money to the national government. So to me, as I stand here today, I join the committee to actually reject what has been presented here by the Senate by saying, let's live within our means. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Molo. Imani, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I would like to reject these recommendations that are made by the Senate on the amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill. Honorable Speaker, as it has been rightfully put here, these are the realities that we are facing as a country. That if there is non-performance of our revenues, then there definitely would be a repercussion on our expenditures. Honorable Speaker, one of the basic lessons in accounting would be a balance sheet or an income statement, that for you to expand, you must raise money, you must raise revenue. And government has only two ways of raising that revenue. It is either, three ways, either through taxation, through appropriations in aid, Appropriations in aid are the charges that the government charges for services it offers to its citizens, or through borrowing. Now, there has been tremendous improvement on our A&A. For the last 2 financial years, you've seen almost 200% increase in appropriations in aid across government ministries. And of course, the implementation of a single treasury account, which means that all revenues are, if you go to a park, then you're paying on an e-citizen platform. It has actually reduced a lot of privileges that were happening in the payment and performance of these appropriations in aid. When it comes to borrowing, Honorable Speaker, if you remember, this Honorable House did pass a law that changed borrowing from our ceiling for borrowing from absolute figures to a percentage of GDP in present value terms. And as we speak, if you were really do a proper audit of our loans and include pending bills, because these pending bills actually also amount to a loan to government, then we actually stand the risk of exceeding that rate as a percentage of GDP as passed by this Honorable House. And therefore, it would be as clear can get that if you have a revenue shortfall, then there must be an adjustment to the budget. And that is why this bill was reducing the proposed allocation from 400 billion shillings to 380 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, it is very important to remind the senators and the governors that this is, even with the proposed reduction of this allocation of equitable share to counties, it is still 24.2% of the last audited and approved estimates of this government for financial year 2021. And therefore, this is way above the constitutional threshold of 15% as contained in Article 203(2) of our Constitution. And therefore, with this reality on the ground, what should we do? Then the expectations to the counties would be that even though they might have prepared their budget for 24-25 based on the previously approved equitable share of 400 billion shillings, then they should go ahead and prepare a supplementary budget to cut on their expenditures, just like the national government did by passing supplementary budget 1 in this House, Honorable Speaker. But in addition to doing that, Honorable Speaker, I would encourage, I think it's a Commission of Revenue Allocation, when they're coming up with a new formula for sharing of resources, then let some points be given, let some weighted points be given for raising own source revenue. Because we have counties that have the ability to really improve on their own source revenue, Honorable Speaker, but they don't do it. We have a lot of privileges in terms of when people go to pay for charges, say in a hospital, then they are paid in some different people's accounts. If you go to the parking fees that, for example, charged by counties, there is so much money that is lost there. So my urging to the county government is do another supplementary calendar budget, and this is a consequence of a shortfall in revenue. Where there is no revenue, when you can't borrow more, you have to cut on expenditures. And as relatively said, we must live within our means, make sure we prevent privilege of these resources, and counties must find out ways of raising their own revenues to support the counties. And I think there was a study that was done a few months ago that showed counties that did very well, including the great county of Homa Bay, led by my predecessor, the Honorable Gladys Wanga. So that is the way to go. Counties must find a way of raising their own revenues, not to rely only on those that are raised by national government, so that the 48 governments, the 47 county and national government can work harmoniously. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Waluke, followed by the Honorable Ruku, and then...
thank you very much, Honorable Speaker,
Proceed.
for giving me chance also to contribute on this. Honorable Speaker, I want to reject the report and thank the committee, Honorable Speaker, for bringing this to attention of the House. Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of money in the counties. If the counties are not stealing, Honorable Speaker, the revenue that they collect, if it is banked to the national account, national government account, Honorable Speaker, there is money that can help this country. But Honorable Speaker, these people, the counties, are just stealing. They are just stealing, Honorable Speaker. I think this money was just meant, the devolution was meant to help governors to steal from the people of Kenya. And that is what is happening, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for a very long time, Honorable Speaker, we want the counties to work, not to pick the money, the little money that is there, even from constituencies. Like last few months, Honorable Speaker, they looked for sports money, 2 million shillings, Honorable Speaker, that was with the CDF. After that, Honorable Speaker, now they are looking for money from KERA, roads that the CDF or MPs are maintaining. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is the time now has come for us to come together and make a decision like what the majority leader has suggested, Honorable Speaker. We cannot continue like this. And these people are hiding money instead of helping the national government also. Most of the development in the counties, Honorable Speaker, are done by CDF. Most of the development in the counties, Honorable Speaker, are done by the national government. The national government is doing zero, and we are giving them a lot of money every time, Honorable Speaker. I support the rejection, Honorable Speaker, I reject.
Yes, the Honorable Ruku, and then followed by Honorable Zamzam.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I rise from onset to reject the proposal by the Senate to increase on the share and revenue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as much as this House respects the devolution, and as much as this House promotes the devolution, it is important to note that for every expenditure, it must be accompanied by revenue. The way it is at the moment, the government of the Republic of Kenya, revenues have gone down because of what happened in June this year for the rejection of the finance bill. It's therefore understandable, Mr. Speaker, that all the expected revenues to finance different functions of the government must undergo very serious austerity measures. Every state department has been urged to ensure austerity measures are taken care of, are enshrined in every state department. Devolution is key to the people of the Republic of Kenya, but it is one of very expensive system which the people of Kenya bestowed upon themselves. Regardless of how expensive it is, governors must know the resources they are coming from the pocket of Kenyans through taxation. They are coming from what the government is raising in terms of A&A, and also these resources, some of them are borrowed. As a government, we are exceeding our borrowing ceiling, and therefore it is no longer tenable, Mr. Speaker, to continue raising monies to county government as much as we want the services to be offered to the people of the Republic through the county governments. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, when the revenue of the nation, of the government improves, then there will be no doubt, there will be no problem this House to convene and come up with measures of raising more monies or appropriating more monies to the county government. Mr. Speaker, I stand to reject. Thank you.
The Honorable DK, you've been given a chance by the Honorable Speaker. Go ahead.
Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze pia kuchangia hoja ambayo imetolewa katika bunge la Seneti, Mheshimiwa Spika, ili kuongezea kaunti mgao. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi napinga kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunti zimekuwa zinatumia pesa kwa ubadhirifu sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hata kama sisi tungependa kweli ugatuzi uweze kuinuliwa, uweze kwenda mbele Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini unaangalia wakiulizwa namna ya hesabu wamezitumia vipi Mheshimiwa Spika, huwa hawawezi kujieleza vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ndio maana unaona kila wakati katika bunge la Seneti, kila wakati unaona mambo ya impeachment Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu kule kuna utata na kuna mchezo wa katafunua Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi Mheshimiwa Spika nasema hivi, rasilimali za Wakenya, ushuru wa Wakenya lazima upewe ulinzi na uhakikishwe kuwa hizi pesa zinaingia katika miradi inayoeleweka Mheshimiwa Spika. Sio kuwa watu watapewa pesa, ukiangalia mabarabara imetengezwa kipande kidogo kutoka hapa mpaka pale, ukiangalia sijui maji safi hakuna, ukiangalia maji taka yametapakaa kila mahali. Mheshimiwa Spika, imekuwa sasa counties wanatumia pesa wengine wako wanatumia vizuri, siwezi kusema vibaya Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini wengi wao wamekuwa wanabadhiri hizi pesa Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi kama mama county wa Mombasa napinga, nasema wasiengezewe mpaka watuambie zile hesabu ambazo walipewa wamezitumia kufanya kitu gani Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Number for soy. Is it soy or soy? Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, I want to state categorically that I oppose the amendments from the Senate based on the fact that we need to tell the county government, especially our governors, that we are not living in a utopian society. We are living within Kenya, and we know what happened. As we look at the amendments from the Senate, we know very well the Finance Bill 2024 was not assented to, and now we are using the Finance Bill 2023. So the proposal that we had proposed that governors or county government be given 380 billion of the shareable revenue was good based on the conditions. We also want to tell the governors, it is high time that they stop fighting and behaving like a children lover. They are taking us to court on every specific issue. Now they have taken us to court on the issue of Kera. They also want a bite. Sometimes I don't know, they are taking us to court on the issue of NSSF, not NSSF, but NGCDF. I don't know what are the reasons. So what I want to say is that if governors have decided to fight us in court, we shall fight them at the floor of this house. It is high time that whoever is advising them, whoever is giving them the counsel, they should be told that for us to move forward, we need to work as a team. They need the support from the National Assembly, and if they behave the way they are behaving, chances are, and I dare say that nothing from the county government will ever pass from this house so long as they are still going that direction of taking us to court every issue. Because if you look at the roads, for sure, even in my constituency, the roads that have been developed are the roads that are developed by Kera, the roads that are developed by Kena, the roads that are developed by Kura. If you look at the roads that are developed by counties, especially the county government of Uasin Gishu, it is just hot air. They just prepare documents, and they pay those documents without even the contractor going on that specific road. In fact, what I dare say that what they are just paying are the roads that have been developed by Kera. So it is high time we tell the Senate, instead of them practicing and behaving like the National Assembly and always oversighting the ministries, let them focus a lot of energy to the corruption that is taking place in our counties. Let them take the governors by to be accountable and let them audit the expenditure from the county government so that we ensure that there is value for money and our people get services that are deserved. Thank you. I oppose that amendment from the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this bill from the Senate, consideration of Senate amendment to the Division of Revenue Bill. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I want to oppose the amendments that were done by the Senate, and I'll be voting nay to this bill. On that, Honorable Speaker, apparently it is the Senate, the counties seems to be so demanding in terms of finance, but when you look at the productivity at the county, it is wanting. Apparently, the Senate has allocated themselves money for oversight. They get about 1.5 million every month for oversight, but we are not aware of how much oversight the Senate is really providing in the counties, because when you go to the counties, it is very embarrassing to see what is happening. I think you have even workers going for several months without getting the salaries. I don't know what the Senate does when with this money which is for oversight. And yet, there is serious corruption within the counties. There is mismanagement of resources within counties. Many employees are going without salaries. Even those who had been employed on maybe contractual contracts or as casuals, they are being dismissed in many of the counties. I think in my county of Trans Nzoia the other day, more than 600 people are laid off. I saw also in Nandi several people being laid off. And I think you ask yourself, these people you are laying off, where are they going to earn a living from? How are they employed? How are they engaged? What has happened for the governors to decide now that they want to lay off these people who have been working within their counties? Who takes over their work? And as Honorable Speaker, you find that even as we speak today, we are rolling down the universal health care. But when you go to our health facilities, the dispensaries, the health centers, the sub-county hospitals, they are lacking in terms of human resource. There are no nurses, there are no clinical officers, there are not enough doctors, there are no physiotherapists, and many other areas where it is lacking. And I am hoping that the governors, in this process of rolling down the universal health care, they need to be very, very, very careful, because with the system in place, if you don't stock your health center, you don't have enough personnel within your health facility, what it means is that you are not able to provide that service, and therefore you will not be able to qualify for the primary health care fund through the FIF. And I think it is very important that counties are now must be able to put their houses in order. One of the functions that is devolved largely is health. And therefore, many of the governors must take health as a serious responsibility to make sure that our health facilities are well equipped, our health facilities have medicines, our health facilities have the necessary human resource so that they can be able to deliver on this function. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to oppose and support the committee recommendation.
Thank you. Member for Butula.
Well, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, it is one thing to have a figure for revenue and another one to realize that revenue. Mr. Speaker, it is a known fact that the revenue level was reduced as a result of the turning down of the Finance Bill 2024. And therefore, if the national government is reducing its revenue, the county government should do likewise and bring down the level of revenue they expected to be transferred to them. Honorable Speaker, the revenue figures have already been passed by this House, and it is known that the figures will definitely come down. So if the county governments increase their revenue or retain the figure they want to retain, that is just another way, Honorable Speaker, of creating pending bills, which will result into another borrowing from another borrowing and increase our debt level. So, Honorable Speaker, it is important that these amendments by the Senate be rejected, and therefore I support the rejection by the Budget Committee on the amendments by the Senate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is the Honorable Ndidi Nyoro in the House? Yes, proceed, Honorable Ndidi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank our Vice Chair for moving this motion. Honorable Speaker, this issue, as we all know, emanated from the budget of this financial year. When we made a budget with the hindsight of collecting the revenues that we projected, but as we all know, it wasn't possible for us to continue in that trend, and especially after the happenings that we witnessed in the country then. And therefore, the country had to downscale the projections of the revenue-raising measures. And in the wisdom of this House, Honorable Speaker, it was passed that all the arms of government, including including Parliament, the Executive, and the Judiciary, want to take their fair share of the burden of the revenue-raising measures that could not be realized. By the wisdom of this House also, Honorable Speaker, this House approved also that even the two levels of government had to also carry their fair share of burden. And that is why we came here in the supplementary one consideration, and we were able to downscale our budget by approximately 200 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, as we are all aware, Parliament here, we lost money because it was the most reasonable thing to do then, that we had to carry our fair share. Something that has never happened in this republic, where the Parliament of Kenya, superintended by the members of Parliament, passed a downgrade of NGCDF by approximately 10 billion Kenya shillings. That had also not been seen before. And therefore, in the wisdom of this House, Honorable Speaker, it was thought that since this was cutting across all departments and all sagas and all spheres of government, that our county government also had to carry their fair share. However, if we look at our current budget as it is after the supplementary one, Honorable Speaker, with a budget of 3.887 trillion Kenya shillings, we realize that over 1.008 trillion Kenya shillings is going into the payment of interest rates of our financial obligations, which are loans. Last financial year, Honorable Speaker, the amount of money the country expended on servicing loans was around 1.8 trillion Kenya shillings. And therefore, that is our main burden. The second one is that we have become more or less a government that takes up most of the responsibilities, and it happens even in economic theory. As the democracy grows, the people demand better and more services from government, and therefore government spending becomes bigger. That is where Kenya is, where we have government investing in healthcare, and therefore we have so much of our resources going into recurrent expenditure. The other day, Honorable Speaker, I was in Kiharu, and it was surprising to the people we were having a discussion with that some of the money we expend as a country on recurrent, on welfare, for example, the money we give to our parents who are over 70 years and above, it is hardly even possible for a policymaker to boast that we are spending money on welfare because it looks partly only 2,000. But the entirety of it, Honorable Speaker, is that we have budgeted for 30 billion Kenya shillings for that alone. And therefore, very little has been left for the major infrastructural development. And the more the reason, the haircut was applied to all arms of government and all levels of government, and that is why the equitable share fell from 400 billion to the current 380 billion, Honorable Speaker. However, in this budget, it reaches 410 billion because there is a carryover of 30 billion Kenya shillings from last year, which we could also not realize after revenue-raising measures. Lastly, in the recommendation of the Budget Committee, the wisdom of the committee was that when we budget for money and there is a shortfall of revenue, that
give him an additional 2 minutes, being the chair of the Budget Committee. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was concluding by saying, in the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, we had indicated in a clause that in case we budget for these monies, and by the close of the year, the country does not realize these monies, that the two levels of government were to share the shortfall appropriately. So that, Honorable Speaker, you know, we can budget to have revenues of 2 trillion. What would happen? By all means, the country only releases 1 trillion. We are obligated by passing the division of revenue that then we have to pay the county governments the stipulated amount. What if our revenue-raising measures are so drastically down that they undermine even other areas like salaries? That is why in the context of the committee, we thought we safeguard the 15% in terms of shortfall, but any shortfall over and above the 15%, then the two levels of government were to share proportionately given the shortfall. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
MP for the Honorable MP for Kisauni. Bedzimba.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa na mimi kuweza kuchangia hii mswada wa nyongeza ya fedha kwa serikali za ugatuzi. Nimesimama hapa kukubaliana na bajeti, kamati ya bajeti kwa hali zilivyo sasa katika taifa kushindwa kupeleka fedha hizo katika serikali za ugatuzi. Ingawa kwa sasa naweza kukubaliana kwa vile hali ni ngumu kidogo, lakini wakati hali itakuwa nzuri ni vyema sana fedha zirudi zishuke mashinani, kwa sababu wanapopata fedha serikali za ugatuzi, mambo mengi yanaendelea katika sehemu tofauti katika taifa hili. Hata sasa mabadiliko yale ambayo yako katika taifa ni kulingana na serikali za ugatuzi. Wakati wa zamani ilikuwa fedha zote ziko katika serikali kuu, ilikuwa ni vigumu sana kushuka katika sehemu nyingine. Ndio sababu unapata sehemu zingine ziko nyuma, sehemu zingine ziko mbele. Kwa hivyo wakati mambo atakuwa shwari, fedha zende zaidi pale mashinani, hata hizi nyongeza wanazozitaka wao, ikiwa itawezekana, wale seneti wangekaa wakafikiria kwamba hizo fedha za nyongeza wapewe wale ma MCAs wale, iwe zinawasaidia, at least wanaleta maendeleo katika mashinani, inakuwa rahisi chini zaidi. Mjumbe analeta CDF, wao wapewe fedha pia nao ma MCA wafanye miradi, na serikali ya ugatuzi nayo ifanye miradi. Inakuwa ni rahisi sana kwa watu wetu kuendelea kwa haraka na sehemu kubadilika, kuweza kufukuzana na sehemu zingine mpaka kuwa sawa. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa ni kweli hali ya kitaifa ya kiuchumi ni mgumu sana, lakini bado nasema wakati itakuwa sawa, fedha mashinani ni muhimu zaidi. Hata mabadiliko, hata utulivu ulioko katika taifa umeletwa na serikali za ugatuzi. At least mtu anapata kibarua, wanafanya ile kazi kwa vijana, wanafanya miezi 2-3, wanajangalau wanajisaidia. Kama hawana fedha, inakuwa mambo yote ni magumu. Na huku juu, huku katika serikali ya kati, tatizo ni kwamba mambo mengi yanagawanywa kiukabila, kinagawanywa katika hali ambayo haisintofahamu. Ni vyema sana mimi nimesimama, Mheshimiwa Spika, kusema kwamba ni sawa kwa wakati huu, fedha hakuna, tukubaliane. Hata ile watakaokutana, wale watakaochaguliwa kukaa chini baina ya seneti na bunge la kitaifa, wazungumze. Kwa sasa hali ni ngumu, lakini wakati hali itakuwa imeanza kuwa nzuri, wapeleke fedha hizo mashinani, na hizo fedha hizo pia zifanyiwe tena ugatuzi wa chini zaidi, ziweze kuwafikia wale MCA, wawe na mfuko wao ambao wanaweza kujenga barabara, wanaweza kujenga hata hizo ECD, wanaweza kupeleka madawati, wanaweza kusaidia karo, ili watu wetu wafaidike. Na hata wao magavana wasiwe na wivu na fedha ambazo za CDF za wajumbe ama pesa za ngafu za akina mama. Hata wao waziwache, ili kila pesa zinapokuja mashinani zinasaidia watu wetu, zinafukuza umaskini. Wasije wao tu kuona kwamba hii pige vita itolewe, toa hii barabara. Wacha mjumbe ajenge barabara, wewe gavana jenga barabara, MCA apate pesa ajenge barabara. Barabara zinajengwa ambazo zitakuwa zikisaidia watu mashinani. Kwa hivyo mimi nimesimama hapa kusema kwamba kwa sasa nimekubaliana, lakini wakati utakao fedha ziko sawa sawa, zishukishwe mashinani. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa nafasi hii. Shukran.
Madam, is Eve Obara in the house? Yes, proceed, Madam Eve Obara.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also contribute. And at onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to reject the amendment. Mr. Speaker, in 2010, we came up with a new constitution as a people of Kenya. And the intention with the two levels of government was to bring services close to the people. On areas that affected the people of Kenya most, water, roads, and all those were going down to the county government, and the others remained at the national level. Mr. Speaker, as we went along, this was the best thing that happened in this country. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as we moved on, we realized that at the county level, there seemed to have been some serious gaps, particularly on the utilization of resources to the benefit of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, not all, but some. Mr. Speaker, the money that has been allocated to the county government, if you compared to the money that was given to the constituencies and GAF, what is visible on the ground is what has been done by the county government as opposed to what has been done by the, has been done by the CDF as opposed to what has been done by the government, because the CDF funds are focused to the people in the wards and on areas of their greatest needs. Mr. Speaker, when we raise revenues which come from our taxes, as we make our projections, you either meet your targets or you don't meet your targets. Mr. Speaker, when we fail to meet our targets and there is a shortfall, the expectation, therefore, is that people will be able to manage their expenses and work with what is available. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that this has not been obvious to many of the county government, to the extent that they have come up with this amendment to be given money that probably is not available and to be shared across by all Kenyans. It is therefore my wish that this matter, as I've said, be rejected and the counties be asked to live within their means and use money that has been allocated to them prudently. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the structures of the county, they have tried to make a replica of what is in the national government, which cannot work. The number of employees are a lot. If you cannot have chief officers, ministers, directors, and all those people, we don't need those numbers at those levels. Because, Mr. Speaker, we had had a case of the mayors and the chairmen of county councils, and they had very limited resources. And yet, we never had this kind of a challenge of pending bills, monies that have not been paid to salaries, and all those things. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the few governors who have done well. One of them, Mr. Speaker, is our governors. I can tell here without fear of contradiction that we have been able to raise our revenues from a paltry 130 million to today we can talk about 1 billion raised within a year. Mr. Speaker, it is possible. But I think it's about time that we take sanctions. We give sanctions to those that do not meet their targets because they have no reason not to meet those targets. And I want the audit to be strengthened within the county government, Mr. Speaker, because I believe there's a lot of wastage and money could be managed in a better way in the counties. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And once again, I reject the amendment. Thank you.
The Honorable MP for Turkana East, is he in the House? Honorable Nkilong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to reject this amendment by the Senate. Mr. Speaker, we all support devolution. But, Mr. Speaker, we have failed to understand why senators they have failed to do their role of protecting the misuse of money, which is meant for devolution. And they have just taken another route of just looking for ways of getting more money for counties. And this money is not counted in the right way. Mr. Speaker, there are so many cases of corruption in our counties. But when these issues are brought to Senate, we have not witnessed even one case being handled by the senators who have been misleading Kenyans that they are protecting devolution. But instead, they are the ones who are trying to kill devolution because they are not playing their role of protecting devolution. Mr. Speaker, the issue of this revenue amendment by Senate, which it has been brought to the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, this is not the way to go. It is like the senators, they don't understand how this country it is going through when it comes to economy, which it is supposed to support this amendment they have brought here for us to adopt. Mr. Speaker, we say we have to reject this amendment and we need to sit with the senators so that both the two houses, they can agree on the right way of implementing these amendments. Mr. Speaker, the senators, they have to protect the money which it has been already sent to the counties, instead of supporting the governors to fight this house when it comes to the issue of roads by KERA, the issue of NGCDF. This has the national government functions. And it is the same house which give mandate to this different department, including counties, to spend this money to help these counties. And even the money for these roads, the money meant for NGCDF, it goes to the same counties, but it is coming direct from the national government. Why are the governors fighting this money, and here this money, it is going straight to their counties? In fact, it goes down to the villages instead of the devolution money, which it has just been diverted at the county's headquarters instead of going down to the villages the way NGCDF does, and also the money meant for KERA. Mr. Speaker, the governors, the senators, time has come for the senators to be told the truth so that they will not continue misleading Kenyans in the name of protecting devolution. Senators, They have to do their role of protecting devolution by making sure, even the report of the Auditor General, several reports they have come to Senate, and Senate, they have not even one day acted upon those reports through the right committees of Senate. But instead, they continue just facilitating these fights between this House and Senate, which, to me, it is not good. They need to be told what they are supposed to do, and they are supposed to do that work for it to benefit Kenyans, instead of this fight between us and them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reject the amendment from Senate.
The MP for Nyanjas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, let me say that I support the committee's recommendation that we reject this Senate proposal. And the reason, Honorable Speaker, is that we are all alive to the fact that the reason why there was a reduction on the budget was because there was the fall of the finance bill. Then, Honorable Speaker, it is time the counties re-engineered mechanisms to raise own source revenue because obviously this country, we have every reason to consider ways of reducing our expenditure other than every time imagining that we will have a big budget that we cannot foot by ourselves. Honorable Speaker, counties are supposed to be agents of greater development. But what we have seen in the counties nowadays is that every story of pending bills is almost domiciled at the counties. And the wages are ballooning every time because of staff that are politically assimilated into the county government. And where we have huge wage bills is at the counties. And instead of the county government reducing on the wage bill, most of them now have accommodated so many people, and for that reason, they want an increase on the revenue that they are being given by the national government. So I am thinking that this House, in its wisdom, and as per the recommendation by the Budget Committee, reduced the budget from 400 billion to 380 as a way of trying to live within our means. But it seems our colleagues in the Senate do not clearly understand that. So, Honorable Speaker, I wish to support the committee, the Budget Committee, in their recommendation to reject the proposal from the Senate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Endebess, followed by the Honorable MP for Rangwe. Why is your name there then, if you have spoken? Honorable Gogo Lillian, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and my senior, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to put the voice of Rangwe people to the idea that we reject and accept the committee recommendations. We reject what proposals were made for amendment by the Senate, but at the same time, we accept what the committee has done. More often than not, Honorable Speaker, people don't realize that the committee does a lot of work, Honorable Speaker. And what goes into the committee is well researched, Honorable Speaker. It is well thought of, well balanced, and well measured, Honorable Speaker. And I want to take up to what the majority leader said, Honorable Speaker, and what the Budget Committee Chairman said, Honorable Speaker, that there were reductions on the expectations of what was going to be collected, Honorable Speaker. And when Finance Bill 2024 was rejected, Honorable Speaker, we had to move as a country, Honorable Speaker. We had to move as a country, and where there was need for adjustment, Honorable Speaker, this adjustment had to be done. This adjustment had to be done, and it was brought in the House, and the House passed it, Honorable Speaker. And it is in the same manner that we want to urge our brothers and sisters who are managing the devolved systems, Honorable Speaker, that they must adjust, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the governors who are doing well, Honorable Speaker. The main intention of leadership at any one given time is service delivery to the people. And there are governors who are doing quite a good job on the ground, Honorable Speaker. If I speak of my own governor, the governor of Homa Bay, the Honorable Dr. Gladys Atieno Nyasuna Wanga, she is doing a good job. And she's going out of her way to source funds, to collect money, so that she can meet her programs. So I only want to urge our devolved systems that hospital systems must still be taken care of. Water must still be taken care of. We must involve our people in increasing security food of this country, Honorable Speaker. And this can only be done at a devolved level because these are devolved functions. I want to thank my own governor because for the first time in Homa Bay County, I have seen almost literally all village schools get ECD classrooms. We need 2, but they have gone out of their way. The governor has gone out of her way to at least give each school or one school in the neighborhood an ECD classroom. And this is work that has been ongoing, whether there are limitations in funds or not. So, Honorable Speaker, when we have limited resources, we have to live as such. We also have, Honorable Speaker, to live within our means, Honorable Speaker. It is difficult, I know, for the citizenry. It is very difficult for persons who have to really wake up and hustle and get money. And more often than not, the person who should do government, who should do business is normally government. Most money comes from government for business people, Honorable Speaker. So when government is not able to raise resources, it is very, very difficult for them outside there. But I want to thank the efforts the government is making. That for the first time, Honorable Speaker, even yesterday, there was a decrement, there was a decrease. They tried to lower down the fuel prices, Honorable Speaker. It means there is goodwill. So where the national government is able to do something, Honorable Speaker, they are making an effort. And therefore, I also want to request our devolved counterparts that they should renovate main means of getting money locally. But at the same time, prioritize, Honorable Speaker, there are areas that they want to devolve. That they want to function on with the limited resources. But they should not forget the healthcare system, and they should also not forget, Honorable Speaker, water, because these are very, very necessary items for the citizenry development. I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank you again. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024, brought by the Chairperson of Budget and Appropriation Committee. Mr. Speaker, when our party leader and hopefully the incoming chair of the AUC coined devolution, he had this notion that every part of Kenya should feel that they are in Kenya. There were times that there were people that used to say, when they're coming from Northeastern, we're going to Kenya. We're going, because they were so neglected. So devolution has seen money going to almost every part of this country. But the thing is, the results, we've seen a lot of very wealthy people coming out from the county governments, but we have not seen equal results in terms of the populace. We've not seen a growing middle class. We've not seen infrastructure being put to support the people of this country. So for me, when the Senate comes here and asks for, their rightful share, right? Their rightful share can only be given if the country is doing very well financially. And we know right now, with what happened with the 2024 finance bill, we do not have the amount of revenue that we need. And the vision of the president to ensure that this country becomes debt-free actually is one of the best ways to ensure that we end up with more money going to devolution, right? Because once we remove the debt and we reduce the debt, we save 1 trillion. 1 trillion can go into doing so much for this country. Now, when you're looking for 20 billion, for me, I feel you can find 20 billion just by being the Senate doing its job, by making sure that the efficiency of the counties is high in terms of revenue collection. There's a lot of money being siphoned out of the county governments. And the Senate, instead of focusing on the county governments, actually is meddling its affairs into the National Assembly. I mean, I saw them recently calling Adani. I mean, that was not a Senate job. I mean, they're actually just creating drama. I think they're really actually not focusing on the job that they're mandated to do. Their job is to ensure that devolution works. And devolution is not working to the manner that it needs to work. If we have to give devolution a scorecard, I don't even think we can give it 50%. Why? Because we are not actually improving on revenue collection. We are not actually improving on dealing with corruption. Right now, this country is actually crippled because of the failures of devolution. Pending bills. The pending bills from one county government to another county government, it is actually becoming a shame. You've got Kenyans out there who have supplied county governments and have never been paid for the last 3 terms that have been in operation, because they're being told that, oh, we need to have a committee, we need to look at whether we owe you this money, and it's becoming really sad. Because what is happening is Kenyans are actually financing the county governments by providing them with services and then not getting paid. So the Senate has a lot of work to do. Sit down and deal with pending bills. Make sure that the county government allocates, instead of looking for the 20 billion from the national government, when you know that the national government has got programs that are going to benefit all the counties. When we come up with EPZ zones all over the country, right, every county is going to benefit. It's going to create jobs and opportunities. Instead of actually saying, you know what, we're going to up our revenue so that we actually do not strain the National Assembly, the national government, we actually give it more money. But instead, they're actually sitting pretty and saying, give us what is our rightful share. We want this money. But you want this money when you're actually dwindling in revenue collection. So I actually support the fact that the division of revenue as brought by the Senate should be rejected by the National Assembly, and the Senate should be directed to do its job. Up your revenues at the county level and provide the services needed, curb corruption, and pay the country the pending bills so that we can get this economy moving. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Naomi Wako, do you still want to contribute on this? Fair enough. There are not being any other interest. The chair is left with no option but to put the question, and I can't put the question because I have to defer this to another day. Where is the mover? Oh, yes. The mover replies, and then we will proceed, mover, and reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think from the onset, I would like to appreciate all the members who have contributed to this very important motion, including my chair, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think listening to members who have made contributions to this motion, it is very clear that we are sending a message to the senators that the collapse of the finance bill is what occasioned the shortage that we are suffering. And this is not just about, it is not only the county government that are bearing the burden. It is the whole country that's bearing the burden of the shortage that arose as a result of the withdrawal of the finance bill. So when we are talking about each department, ministry, agency, we are aware that all MDAs had to cut their budgets. They had to sit down and rearrange their budgets so that we're able to accommodate the little revenues, because the expected, anticipated revenue collection of 346 was not tenable. So now we had to adjust, all of us needed to adjust. And therefore, for county governments, the request is that you drop down from the 400 that we had agreed, 400 billion, to 380. It's very reasonable because all other departments have dropped down from there because of lack of sufficient revenues. Secondly, members have also raised concerns with respect to accountability. When you are pushing for more funds, how accountable are you? Members have spoken to the aspects of efficiency. There are so many loopholes. How are you managing the few resources that are being allocated to county governments? How are you dealing with the issues of corruption in the counties? How efficient are you in administering the few resources that you have? Honorable Speaker, members have also raised concerns with respect to raising additional revenue, own revenue by county governments. And we have commended county governments that have made tremendous improvements in terms of revenue collection, like Homa Bay County. So, whereas they're pushing for additional funds, we are saying, for now, because this is an extraordinary year, where we've had to go through very difficult times, and difficult times call for difficult decisions, that we have to live within our means. Kenyans have spoken. We cannot add more taxes. We cannot also borrow more, because that means we need to look for more revenue-raising measures so as to be able to raise money to pay for the loans, or to raise more money to give additional increments to the county governments or any other ministry or departments. Therefore, I want to commend the members for your contributions. And also, among other concerns that members have raised, we are saying that the governors should prioritize paying pending bills. From the monies that are paid to them, the Senate should come up with means and ways to ensure that county governments pay their pending bills, to ensure that our contractors are paid. Because no one should do work with the county government. In fact, as we speak right now, many contractors are shying away from working with county governments because they do not get to be paid their monies. So county governments need to shape up, they need to pay their bills, they need to increase their revenue collection, and they need to be able to take up the proposal that was given by this House. Because I remember, before the first supplementary, we did get into a mediation. We were proposing 391, they were proposing 415, and we go to a middle ground of 400 billion. But right now we cannot give 400 billion because we are not able to raise that money. So they have to take 380. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question on this matter will be put at another appropriate time, and the Chair directs that this be put on the order paper sometimes in the future. Next order, I have to do some bit of a rearrangement again. I intended initially, as the initial rearrangement, to have now the Kenya National Library Service Bill, and I don't see the chair of that committee so that we can continue with the resumption of that debate. So we will defer this to another date. I direct that now we move on to, we leave order number 9 and move on to order number 11.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023.
Yes, Majority Leader. Majority Leader. You are supposed to move this.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, be now considered. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, which was passed by the National Assembly on 23rd August 2023 and submitted to the Senate pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 142, the National Assembly Standing Orders. The background of this bill, Honorable Speaker, is that, as members may be aware, the principal object of this bill is to provide for the coordination of the public institutions in the control of food and feed safety, and to establish the Office of the Food Safety Controller, and to also provide for the role of county governments in food and feed safety. Honorable Speaker, the bill also seeks to ensure that there is supply of safe food and safe feed to consumers, and this being a critical function of both the national government and county government in fulfillment of consumer protection. Honorable Speaker, Clause 3 of the bill outlines its objectives as follows: to effectively coordinate the performance of the functions of the competent authorities and to enhance accountability in the implementation of official control. It is also very critical, Honorable Speaker, that food safety be assured by protecting the food supply from all types of hazards that may occur during all stages of food production. And this also includes growing, harvesting, processing, transporting, retailing, distributing, preparing, storing, and even consumption. So to this end, Honorable Speaker, all measures must be put in place to ensure that food will not cause harm to the consumer when it's prepared or eaten according to its intended use. This is central to consumer safety, public health, and that is where the Honorable Pukose comes in and is in this committee. The food security and key to facilitation of local and international trade. Clause 22 of the Senate amendment, Honorable Speaker, proposes an amendment to Clause 22.2 so that one deletes or to delete the words conduct risk management that appears immediately after the words controller may, and substituting, therefore, the words advice on the appropriate risk management measures. Analysis of the said amendment to Clause 22 is that the amendment proposed seeks to amend the function of the controller from conduct risk management to advise on the appropriate risk management measures. This is with regards to, to where the controller conducts a risk assessment in relation to food and feed hazards, and discovers an overlap in functions. The Agriculture Committee, Honorable Speaker, observes and agrees to the controller that the controller may not have the competence to conduct the necessary risk management. So the proposal by the Senate for the controller to advise on the appropriate risk management measures, therefore, makes sense, as the advice can be used by the relevant competent authority to mitigate the risk. There is also an amendment, Honorable Speaker, of Clause 25 of the bill, which is to be amended in subclause 3 by inserting the following new subclauses: 3A, and this is on receipt of report under subsection 3B, the governor shall submit the report to the respective county assembly. This, Honorable Speaker, proposal intends to allow governors of county government to submit to their annual report on the state of food safety and also the feed safety in the country to the respective county assemblies. When the Committee on Agriculture looked at this proposal, Honorable Speaker, they agreed and said that submitting the annual report on the state of the food safety in the country to county assemblies increases oversight to the sector, which is a good thing, given that food safety is very critical. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, the reports are submitted to Parliament, and therefore makes sense for them to be submitted to county assemblies because the data is collected from counties. There is also the Senate amendments to the first schedule to the bill, and the first schedule be amended by inserting the following new items immediately after item number 3. That each county government department dealing with matters relating to agriculture and 3B, each county government department dealing with matters relating to health. Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed seeks to include each county department dealing in matters relating to health and agriculture in the list of competent authorities. This, Honorable Speaker, was rejected by this relevant committee. I said because the competent authorities at the county levels are not recognized internationally. You know, a county authority formed within the county cannot be used as an authority to be recognized internationally, Honorable Speaker. So the competent authorities proposed by the Senate report to the competent authorities listed in the first schedule to the bill, and therefore makes no sense to include them in the list. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, having read the committee's, the Agriculture Committee's report and appreciate the observations as captured, the next stage then would be that I urge the House that we agree with the Senate amendments to Clause 22 and Clause 25 and reject the Senate's amendment to first schedule to the bill. I am also getting, Honorable Speaker, the new development from the Honorable Pukose will second this motion, and that will also be reviewed as we proceed. But we urge the Honorable members to adopt the recommendations as they are, in line with the realizations of Article 43(1)(c) and Article 46(1)(c) of the Constitution of Kenya. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I request the Honorable Dr. Pukose to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second the report as stapled by the leader of majority, in that when we talk about competent authorities, we are talking of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, you are talking of the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Those are competent authorities which have the power to be able to competently give a report. So when we say that the Health and the Agriculture Committee of the county be included in the schedule for competent authorities, I think that is misleading, and they do not have that capacity as competent authorities. The other two amendments, Honorable Speaker, we agree with them, and therefore I would want that this is when the Food and Feed Bill came before this National Assembly. We dealt with it together with the Agriculture Committee, that's the Health Committee and the Agriculture Committee, because matters feed and food affects both agriculture and affects both health, because we are talking of food from farm to the table to the fork. And therefore, handling of that food is both a public health concern and it's also agriculture concern, because when food is being prepared in the farm, you're using herbicides. You must use proper herbicides. When you are cleaning, you must make sure that the food is cleaned and packaged properly before it can be taken to the market. Occasionally, Honorable Speaker, when you travel along the road, you see lorries which are carrying cabbages that are just hanging and a lot of dust going into them. That is not proper way of handling that food. Occasionally, you go to the butchery and you see butchers carrying meat in their bags. That is not the way it should be done. And therefore, I think this bill will bring hygiene. It will bring proper measures to which we can be able to have both self-control and also regulations that can guide in terms of how do we handle food, how do we handle animal feed, and all that within that area. So, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the last amendment by the Senate, which we disagree with it, I think the committee, both Agriculture Committee and the Health Committee, will be able to mediate, because we'll be able to form a mediation committee so that that can be ironed out, so that the senators can understand what we mean by competent authority, not a health committee or agriculture committee in the county. That is not what we mean by competent authority. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendment to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill 21 of 2023, be now considered. The Honorable Lillian Gogo.
Once again, I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this matter of food safety. By dint of my training, Honorable Speaker, I am a food scientist. And when it comes to matters of food safety, I'm more than glad that you have given me an opportunity to speak in the area that is so close to my heart. Other than representing the great people of Rangwe constituency, I was trained as a food scientist and I have a Doctor of Philosophy degree in food science. I want to rise, Honorable Speaker, to reject the proposals by the Senate. And as has already been said by the Honorable Chair for Health, it is important that a middle ground is reached. Conducting food safety risk management systems is very important and very essential to a governance system. Honorable Speaker, we have had issues with school children getting food poisoning at the point of where they eat, Honorable Speaker. We should mitigate these risks, Honorable Speaker. We have had issues with food poisoning in our hospitals. It is on record, Honorable Speaker. We have had issues with food poisoning on the food that is vended around, Honorable Speaker. And it is to the great importance of this nation that matters food safety are taken seriously. It makes me sad, Honorable Speaker, that our universities continue to train young people in the discipline of food science and related fields, Honorable Speaker. But they are not absorbed to be used. Their knowledge is not used and utilized at the correct place, Honorable Speaker. The very concept of food safety should rise from farm to fork. We don't often use fork. So it is from hand, farm to hand to the mouth, that we should have safety of our food taken care of at the farm level, the type of pesticides that we use, Honorable Speaker, in making these foods get to maturity, the type of agricultural systems that we use, Honorable Speaker, the mode of transportation, Honorable Speaker, the labeling of the contents of foods, Honorable Speaker, especially for those who have some point or types of allergies for given food products, Honorable Speaker. Food science and the area of food safety is a very technical area, Honorable Speaker. And as I speak, there are thousands and thousands of trained food scientists. They have done the chemistry of food, they have done the mathematics of food, they have done the engineering of food, they have done the literature of food, they have done everything to do with farming and farming systems, Honorable Speaker. They have looked at post-harvest technology, Honorable Speaker. They have looked at the processing of foods, Honorable Speaker. Why we would use excessive food in the time of glut, Honorable Speaker, to make fermented food products, Honorable Speaker. They have done shelf life testing of foods, Honorable Speaker, though we still talk of unsafe foods in our systems. It is important. I urge both national government, I urge both county government, that in matters that concern, because I know agriculture is devolved, in matters that concern foods, they should take in food scientists, and there are many of them that can help. There are those who have done agricultural extension and education, Honorable Speaker. And I know there are in their numbers, Honorable Speaker, and in their thousands, Honorable Speaker, and they are literally jobless, Honorable Speaker. And at a time when the young people are getting interest, Honorable Speaker, in doing agriculture, they need to be assisted, Honorable Speaker, so that the kind of agriculture they do to provide us with safe food is agriculture-based. We can do tracing of where this food has come from. We can know what kind of farming system has been used to get this food. We can know the cleanliness of the market areas, Honorable Speaker. And for this, I want to thank the governor of Homa Bay County, Honorable Speaker, for doing a fish market. Because fish is a staple food in Homa Bay. But they have done a nice fish market so that from the point of inception, from the lake, it is traceable how it is done, how it is processed, how this fish is fried to the point it ends to the plate of the consumer, Honorable Speaker. So there are changes, but we need a middle ground. We need to discuss it amicably so that the recommendations of the Senate are looked at, but at the same time, we objectively dispense of this particular bill into law. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the Senate Amendment to Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21. Honorable Speaker, we are what we eat. We are what we eat. Are we eating to live or we're eating to die? If we do not actually address the way we distribute our food, the way we handle our food, the way we grow our food, then we're obviously not doing the right thing for the citizens, because we eat, we are eating all the time. In fact, I think we start off with breakfast, we have 10 o'clock tea, we have 4 o'clock, we have lunch, we have 4 o'clock tea, we have dinner, we have midnight snacks, morning glory. So we're eating, but are we eating to live? And whether we're eating to live depends on how we handle our food. It is such a shame that we can actually trace our exports. We have traceability of our exports from wherever they were grown all the way to when they reach their destination in Europe. But when it comes to our markets, like when you go to Ukulima market, you cannot tell where the sukuma wiki came from. It could have actually been grown on a sewer just down the road. So we have a problem on how we handle our food. I think we also need definitions of food and feed. And I believe that this amendment bill by the Senate has actually addressed definitions, key definitions that are necessary. What is important is that we also transport. When the chair of health was talking about the transportation of food, I mean, if we transport the food and it's containing a lot of pollution on its way to the destination, to the market, then obviously whatever the person is going to get is also not going to be able to be healthy and serve them well. But while we talk about food, we have to understand the key component, right, and it should never be left out, the key component in our food is actually the fertilizers that we use, the minerals that we restore into our soils, the fortification that we put, and also the water that we use to cook the food. You can have an amazing cabbage, but if the water is contaminated, the cabbage will not serve the person. We're told today that half of the cancers that we have in this world are actually food related. So if we actually start managing how we grow our food, how we fertilize our food, how our agricultural products, how we transport our food, how we cook our food, how we store our food. Now, food can also be stored and at the same time become an asset for tomorrow. We haven't reached that point yet where we're actually able to store our food in a hygiene manner. We end up with storing of maize, and then we end up with aflatoxin. So I think we need to, as a country, in the devolved system, we need to ensure that we look at food because it's a big part of our economy. It's a big part of our well-being. It's a big part of our health. And if we manage our food, and we manage it in terms of security, we manage it in terms of transportation, we manage it in terms of traceability, we manage it in terms of how we grow it, how we cook it, how we transport it, how we consume it. Because there's also a lot of science that talk about the order in which you eat your food. I think there's a lot that can be done in terms of food and nutrition, and I really stand here to support, because every step in the right direction, it might not give us everything that we want, and I believe that the Senate and the National Assembly can sit together, form a committee and address it. But I think we need proper legislation when it comes to how we handle our food, how we grow our food, how we transport our food, how we serve our food. And while we're looking at food, we also have to make sure that our water has to be, clean and not contaminated. Because if it is contaminated, the food can be good, but then we will end up back to square one. So I stand here and I support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We don't have any other interest in this. I will have to call, yes, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Moro.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to the Food and Feed Safety Control Bill of 2023, Bill number 21 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, this bill provides several provisions, being one, providing a regulatory framework in which it establishes a comprehensive system to regulate food and safety that cover all aspects of food chain from production all the way to consumption. Honorable Speaker, this bill also provides for Food and Feed Safety Authority, and this would be an authority that will be mandated to check, to do inspections, to do enforcements, and to do a setting of standards for the quality of food, Honorable Speaker. This bill also provides for safety standards, for licensing and registration, and also, most importantly, for inspection and enforcement, Honorable Speaker. This bill, Honorable Speaker, is very critical for consumer protection. The bill will emphasize the protection of consumers by ensuring that food and feed products in the market are safe and of high quality. And this includes, Honorable Speaker, the provisions for proper labeling to provide consumers with adequate information about the products they purchase, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, at the time when there has been a lot of uptake of processed foods, Honorable Speaker, it is very important that these foods are clearly labeled to show what the content of those foods are, whether it is the carbohydrates content or proteins and all those other nutrients that those foods could have, so that we ensure that our population is fed not just on the right foods, but also on the correct quantities of the particular nutrients that should be sought on this food, Honorable Speaker. And not just for food, for human consumption, but also for feeds, Honorable Speaker. As a poultry and a dairy farmer, Honorable Speaker, one of the challenges that we get in dairy and poultry farming is getting the correct quality of feeds. Honorable Speaker, you are sold feeds that that are supposed to increase milk production because of particular content that they're supposed to have, whether it is the protein content, Honorable Speaker, only for you to feed your cows and realize that the production is not even improving, because the content that is said to contain on those feeds is actually false, Honorable Speaker. Different animals would consume, if, for example, if you talk about poultry farming, Honorable Speaker, when the chicks are small, then they fed a particular diet of food. Then as they grow into 6 weeks, then you change the diet for those chickens, Honorable Speaker. When they start laying, their diet is different. If you're producing either laying chicken or broilers, Honorable Speaker, the diet is different. And therefore, it is very important that we have an authority that checks the quality of this, so that our farmers can be certain that the feeds that they're going to give to their animals, Honorable Speaker, have actually the right quality, Honorable Speaker. This law, Honorable Speaker, if passed into law, will strengthen Kenya's food safety management systems and will provide a legal foundation for ensuring that food and feed products meet international safety standards, and this will benefit, Honorable Speaker, consumers, this will benefit businesses, and this will also benefit Kenya's position in global agriculture, Honorable Speaker. There has been a global push, Honorable Speaker, to have not just countries be able to produce food for their population, but also for the quality of this food, Honorable Speaker. If you check, especially in our slums, Honorable Speaker, you find stunted growth in our children. And this stunted growth, Honorable Speaker, is because the food that they eat do not contain the required level of nutrients for their growth, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, in those slums, Honorable Speaker, you find more prevalence of diseases because the immunity of those people is less, because the food that they feed on, Honorable Speaker, the coatings is not checked. The ingredients that they say that this probably contains this amount of fat or this amount of protein is not accurate, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I congratulate the Senate for this bill and support it and the good work that has been done by the committee on this, and hope that we are going to not just produce enough food for our people and for our animals, but also ensure we have quality food for our people and for our population. That I beg support, Honorable Speaker.
There being no, Madam Sabina Chege, where is she? Proceed. Give her the mic, please. What is happening or what's not happening?
I'll move to this one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute on this bill. First and foremost, I want to really thank the chair, Mr. Speaker, because this bill, it has been a long journey. The bill was brought by Honorable Pukose some time back in the 11th Parliament. And then Mr. Speaker, 12th Parliament, I was the chair of Committee on Health. We handled the bill. We could not get consensus between the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Agriculture. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, together with the Honorable Pukose, we actually took a trip to go and benchmark and see how food is regulated for the benefit of the consumers, Mr. Speaker, in the US. And we actually benchmarked and saw the Food and Drug Authority in the US, how they are able to regulate the food product. And so I'm one happy person, Mr. Speaker, if this bill finally has gotten into this level, and I support it fully. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is the only country where we allow people either to feed the animals with different products that may be harmful to the consumers. And then finally, we are dealing with diseases like cancer, and we are not very sure where they have come from, or how to handle it, Mr. Speaker. When food is mishandled, Mr. Speaker, when labeling of this food is not done properly, we find people saying this is organic product, and actually the product is not organic. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very important. We, even with the kind of the diabetes, the issue of obesity that has come in this country, that Kenyans need to know what exactly you are putting in your mouth, what percentage of each and every nutrient that is in that product, without lying to the Kenyans. And Mr. Speaker, and especially with the many people who really want even to cut weight, Mr. Speaker, there have been a lot of products that are being sold with all sorts of names, with all sorts of promises. And at the end of the day, these people are not accountable to anybody. And so I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, that we have gotten to this level. And Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the Ministry of Agriculture, it is necessary, Mr. Speaker, that the point of regulating what goes into our animals. Mr. Speaker, we visited, I remember, one of the poultry farms where we saw even the eggs, before they get into the market, there are some standards, Mr. Speaker, that must be adhered to. And this is in protection of what you give. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you have our farmers, they milk the cow had just been given some medication, and then this milk is rushed to the market. And with that, then it also becomes harmful to the people who will be the consumers. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy, I support this bill, and I'm hoping then with this kind of regulation, Mr. Speaker, we will reduce some of the diseases that are already within the Kenyan people, and we can be able to save more lives. And above all, we can also be able to save, Mr. Speaker, on the health budget. Because sometimes when somebody gets sick, you have consumed something that is not right, going to the hospital, it ends up being very, very expensive, coming out of pocket, or even the government, Mr. Speaker, through different initiatives that the government offers to its people. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful, and Honorable Pokose, I am very happy today that this bill has gotten to this, and I support. Thank you.
There is the honorable member for Kisauni. Where is he? Proceed.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, hata mimi kupata fursa ya kuchangia ubora wa chakula ama ulinzi wa chakula bora mpaka kufikia kwa mnunuzi. Ni kweli Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba kuje taratibu ya kulinda vipi chakula kitatoka kuanzia shambani kwa hali ya ubora mpaka kifike sokoni mahali kuna ununuzi iwe katika mazingira mazuri. Mheshimiwa Spika, taifa ambalo liko na nguvu au liko na maendeleo ni lile ambalo watu wake wako na afya. Na afya mara nyingi inatokana na matumizi ya vyakula gani wanavyotumia, na hasa upandaji kuanzia shambani mpaka mahali ambako vinauzwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa taifa limekumbwa na maradhi ya saratani. Nyingi zimekuwa, hata watoto wadogo sasa ukifika wako na saratani. Na kulingana na umaskini, watu wetu wengi wanapoteza maisha yao majumbani mwao, hawana uwezo wa kwenda hospitali kwenda kutibiwa. Wale wanaokwenda ni wale wanaojiweza, na wewe ukienda pale inakuwa ni ngumu sana kama huna fedha kupata matibabu, ingawa hospitali zinaambiwa ni za serikali, lakini ni ghali, hata mtu haziwezi kama hana uwezo ambao anautegemea ama ana nafasi kwamba anafanya kazi ama ana bima. Na ukiangalia hivi sasa watu wengi, idadi kubwa ya Wakenya hawana kazi. Kwa hivyo anapopata na maradhi kama hayo inakuwa ni uzito. Na haya Mheshimiwa Spika anachangia katika ukuzaji wa bidhaa. Na katika taifa iko halmashauri ya ubora wa bidhaa. Lakini hii halmashauri hii iko na usingizi mkubwa sana, na hawajui kitu gani wanachokifanya. Kwa sababu mara nyingi wao wanarudi kutangaza kwamba mumetumia sumu, wakati wananchi washatumia. Mshakula sukari ya sumu, mshakula hivi kibaya, mshatumia mafuta ambayo hayafai, lakini ambao wao kazi yao ni kuzuia kutoka kwanza kisimfikie mwananchi wa kawaida, kwa sababu mwananchi wa kawaida hana uwezo wa kujua ni kitu gani ama hali ya ile bidhaa anayonunua iko na usalama kiasi gani. Nitakupa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, unakuta kuku hawa wa gredi, kuna kemikali ambao wanapewa ili wazidi kufura, na zile kemikali pale zimeandikwa kwamba baada ya kupewa zisitumike kwa siku kadhaa, yani ile nyama ni tayari ni sumu, isitumike kwa siku kadhaa mpaka ile sumu itoke kwa mwili wake. Lakini kwa sababu halmashauri hii ya ubora wa bidhaa haina shughuli, hata haijali, yule kuku ama wale wanaopewa zile dawa kesho wanapatikana kwenye soko. Mtu ananunua, amekuta amechomwa, anakwenda anatumia, inamdhuru. Baada ya masiku kadhaa ndio unasikia mtu anaanza, akipimwa anaambiwa kwamba wewe sasa umeanza saratani. Na tayari hapa kulingana na taifa, na hata hii taifa inapata gharama kubwa kupeleka madawa mahospitali, kwa sababu wangezuia hiyo gharama kama wangeangalia kuanzia mahali inaanza kutengenezwa, mbolea gani inatumika, inafanyiwa kiasi gani, ubebaji uko vipi mpaka mahali imefika, na ikifika pale kuna watu maalum ambao wanazunguka kuangalia hii bidhaa iliyokuja sokoni kweli haitadhuru mwananchi. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni sawa kama kutakuja na taratibu ya kuweza kuwalinda, kwa sababu wananchi wanalipa ushuru wakitegemea kwamba serikali ina hizi vitengo vya halmashauri za bidhaa za ubora wa bidhaa vitawalinda. wao hawajui ni kitu gani kinaendelea. Unakuta kama mboga zimepandwa katika shamba, zinapigwa kemikali fulani ambayo pia inatakaniwa kwa muda fulani, lakini ile kemikali inafanya jani liwe kubwa. Saa hiyo hiyo linatolewa mboga, zinaenda katika soko, mwananchi wa kawaida anazuia. Unakuta watoto vitumbo vikubwa, unafikiri kwamba wameshiba, maradhi tu yako pale ndani, na yote yanasababishwa na halmashauri ya bidhaa za ubora wa bidhaa. Kwa hivyo hii, kama hawana wafanyikazi wa kutosha, waseme kwamba sisi hatuna wafanyikazi wa kutosha, manpower, ili ya kuweza kutembea katika mashamba, kutembea katika sehemu ambazo kuna hata mifugo, hata maziwa wakati inakamuliwa, mpaka ikamuliwa katika mazingira mzuri. Sio mtu anakuja na matope tu, unafukumua, unapeleka kule inauzwa. Lazima kuwe na taratibu ya kulinda mwananchi awe ana hakika. Hata watalii wakija hapa, wakiwa mna chakula bora, hiyo ni moja kuvutia watalii. Wanajua ukitaka kwenda kula chakula bora, nenda Kenya. Lakini ikiwa hatutakuwa tumejipanga vizuri, basi mambo mengi yatakuwa yanaharibika na maradhi yatakuwa mengi. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama.
Ikiwa unataka kuzungumza zaidi, naweza nikakupa dakika moja. Haya, sawa. Mheshimiwa sasa ni move to reply. Anabukose kama Kiswahili kinakusumbua, usitulazimishe nasi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the honorable members for unanimously supporting this particular motion, Honorable Speaker, on food safety and feed safety control and coordination. What you'll notice, Honorable Speaker, is that it is indeed an opportune time. It couldn't have come any time or any better at any better time other than this one, because we all agree that matters food, matters feed, matters safety are very paramount, and they really need to be relooked at, not only by the national government, but also the county government, which is also very close to the people within the jurisdictions and a particular jurisdiction. You'll also notice, Honorable Speaker, that the county governments, right from the governor himself, will have almost, will have clear and adequate control on what really happens and affects their people. Because governors, as any other elected leaders, move around the counties to talk to the electorates, and they know the needs of their people. They know the feed or the food their people take, and it's important that they get involved entirely on the process of their safety. Because if you really do not protect, or rather prevent any risk, then you'll be inviting some very serious calamities. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. The question on this matter will be put at a later date. The Chair directs that that be deferred to another date. Now, next order.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023.
The Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023 be now considered. Honorable Speaker, this bill emanated from this House, and it's going to give a very brief background about the Statutory Instrument Act, that the powers to delegate is derived from Article 96 of the Constitution. And sometimes the regulatory making bodies usually make regulations, and we've seen this House being confronted by situations where regulations have been made by regulatory making bodies, but they do not submit them to Parliament. So this bill basically seeks to address some lacunas in the law of the Statutory Instrument Act, so that if a situation like that arises, there has to be some action that has to be taken by a resolution of the committee or the House. And Honorable Speaker, this bill had only 7 clauses by the time it left this House to the Senate and transmitted to the Senate. And basically, though the Senate has made a few amendments to the bill, both the National Assembly and the Senate largely appear to agree. And that is why the Committee on Delegated Legislation of the National Assembly, after considering the amendments that were made by the Senate on this bill, are in total agreement that, and the committee recommends that the bill may be passed as amended by the Senate. And one of the amendments that the Senate brought in was that if the committee discovers, or it is discovers in any way, that there is a regulatory making body that has already published regulations which have not been brought before the Parliament or any statutory instrument, then the committee, through a resolution, may require that the Cabinet Secretary should publish an annulment of those regulations within 7 days and submit the published notice to Parliament. Because initially Parliament, the National Assembly had thought that the clerk ought to make a gazette notice. But the powers to make regulations or to publish regulations can only be done by the Cabinet Secretary. So that one, the committee recommends approval of the Senate amendment. Then there was also a deletion by the Senate of clause 3, which we agreed upon as a committee of the delegated legislation, because actually that was also repetitive of clause 2. The other clause is clause 5, whereby if an amendment under section 9, where the Parliament has adopted a report or a resolution that a statutory instrument be annulled, the instrument shall stand annulled, of course, and the clerk of the relevant house shall publish in the website and convey that resolution to the House and the statutory making authority. So initially, the only report that was supposed to be made by the clerk was a report of adoption. The statutory instrument was quiet on annulment, what happens? And the public has maybe suffered before without knowing whether a certain statutory instrument that has been annulled by the Parliament, whether it's still in force or not. So this is very good for the public consumption and for the public to know all the statutory instruments that have been annulled by Parliament. Then, similarly, clause 6 was recommended, the Senate amended by deleting it, and I think it also touched on the same issue. Then finally, clause 7, the National Assembly had recommended a fine not exceeding 500 on as a penalty.
500,000, is it those 500
Oh, 500,000, sorry, Honorable Speaker, 500,000. But the Senate, in their wisdom, and we agree as a committee, that owing to the times that we're living in, there are some things that, or some there are some instances where the statutory instrument might require someone to pay a heavier penalty. The current statutory instrument requires only payment of 20,000 shillings. So we had proposed an increment of 500,000, but now they thought $1 million would do better, and actually it will take us for many, many years without amending the Statutory Instrument Act again. And we, as a committee, agreed with that proposal to amend, and that marks the end of the amendments that were proposed by the Senate. And as a committee, we recommend that the bill may be passed as amended by the Senate. And I thank honorable members of the Committee on Delegated Legislation and the staff for having looked into this matter twice. First, when it was before the National Assembly for the first time, and second, when it came back from the Senate for consideration of the Senate amendments and the work well done. And with those many remarks, I beg to move and ask Honorable Member for Mugirango South Mugirango, Honorable Soro, to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is one of the bills, Honorable Speaker, that has also found its way in this House, Honorable Speaker, quite timely. The question of subsidiary legislation over and over the years has really been misused and abused because of that slight lacuna that really existed between several competing interests. One is given delegated power to come up with regulations, and they decide to imagine from where they sit that because it really may not affect them directly from where they sit, then it wouldn't bother to them that it can actually affect another person. So the subsidiary element or power that is bestowed upon very specific individuals who can actually come up with regulations and laws and direct people need to involve an authority. And in this case, Honorable Speaker, an authority which is fully mandated to review and see laws as they should be, as per Article 95 and 96, is actually the Parliament of Kenya, and that is the bicameral parliament. And that is why it is very exciting to realize that the Senate might have noticed a gap and a lacuna that existed thereabout in the statutory instruments. And I've been really pushed this amendment to us. It's quite, it's quite interesting to note that the committee has also put very interesting proposals, while approving the Senate on further things to be relooked at as far as this statutory instrument bill is concerned, maybe in future. But for now, this is a step in the right direction. And as the committee has proposed, Honorable Speaker, I request and move this House to consider the proposals by the Senate. At least this is actually the direction the Senate should be taking. You come up with very good proposals and bills, that we all can agree universally without really having to debate and fighting over who should do what and what. But we all agree that at times this subsidiary legislation powers is abused, sometimes wrongly, where, and there wasn't a channel of, there wasn't a restitution channel where you can actually seek a review, and amendments and suggestions. And the only people mandated to hear public opinion on any legal channel, Honorable Speaker, is actually this House. For that reason, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendments to the statutory instruments, Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023 be now considered. The Honorable Bukase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the committee recommendations on these statutory instruments, Bill number 2 of 2023. I remember we debated this in the House, and we agreed that we have institutions which have been publishing or gazetting their instruments without regard to this house. And yet, this is the only house. Parliament is the only organ that has the power to make any statutory instruments, which is a delegated power. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think this is good because many Kenyans have also, or institutions have also suffered, because once these have been published and the House has annulled them, there have been no way of knowing whether it has been annulled. And more often, some of them are punitive and they continue being applied outside there by officers unknowingly and not in law, not anchored in any law. So I think this is good amendments, and the Senate has further improved into these amendments by making it that the Cabinet Secretary will be able to gazette even the annulment so that people are aware that these have been annulled. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Gogo. Okay, and who is that? The Honorable who? Gogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I've come to speak about this matter, Honorable Speaker, that is very, very, very pertinent to this House and also to this nation. We are talking about legislation, and legislation that is not done by this House, but it is subordinate to the House, though it is still law. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree from the beginning. I rise to support, and more often than not, Honorable Speaker, we need the National Assembly and what affects our counties, the input of the Senate, Honorable Speaker. And in this matter, where the National Assembly leaves a gap that they have not seen, Honorable Speaker, it is just important that the Senate makes its own input. And in this case, Honorable Speaker, I agree with the amendments that they have done, the input that they have done, Honorable Speaker, and also the matter that whoever ignores Parliament, the body that ignores Parliament in their making of subordinate laws, because they are supposed to make these subordinate laws and then regard the relevant authority in Parliament, either committees or the plenary, or wherever the channel that is used, they should inform for purposes of record and for purposes of knowledge, Honorable Speaker. So if they ignore the related systems, Honorable Speaker, the Senate has proposed that a fine be increased from 500,000 to from 20,000 to about 1 million. I mean, 1 million is not 2 shillings, Honorable Speaker. So I think it is going to make this matter serious, and it is important that where we are in the systems that we run, we make laws, Honorable Speaker. Laws guard systems, Honorable Speaker. Laws bring order, Honorable Speaker. Law brings development, Honorable Speaker. And law also proposes and sustains sustainability, Honorable Speaker. So, whether delegated or is made substantively in the House, the right procedures must be followed. And I thank Parliament because Parliament is a house of order. And more often than not, things are done right. And where we need to involve the Senate and there is concurrence, Honorable Speaker, then we should literally concur. And especially on this matter, I support the committee and I support the recommendations that have been done by the Senate, Honorable Speaker. It's not a very, very long legislation, Honorable Speaker, but it is needed, especially because there existed a lacuna in relation between delegated legislation and substantive legislation that is made in the House, Honorable Speaker. So I support this matter, and I urge more often than not that Senate and the National Assembly work together in tandem, Honorable Speaker, for the benefit of the citizenry of the Republic of Kenya. So I thank you for the opportunity and I support.
The MP for Kasese. Let's give him the
Thank
mic.
you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this moment you accorded me to stand in support of this particular presentation by the committee relevant on this matter. Mr. Speaker, one thing that needs to be appreciated is that for quite some time there have been some confusion on implementation of some specific legislation and more so regulations that have been coming up here or there. Some quarters take an opportunity or the caps that they have and they implement or they execute or they pass some regulations that end up causing conflict among the society. We need to appreciate that the laws are made for people. It is not meant for anything, it is meant for people. And for Senate to appreciate the role of National Parliament, to share together, to co-work together in establishing proper legal framework system so that we have harmony in the way we are making our laws so that implementation doesn't cause confusion. I want to appreciate this one and ask that henceforth, the two houses should be able to work together. An executive should be able to appreciate the role of this house because this house takes into consideration the needs of the people, takes into consideration what affects the people of Kenya. Thank you so much. I support.
Who is the mover? Please reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I really thank members who have made a very valuable contribution to this motion. And without belaboring the points, everything has been covered. I beg to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, I can't put the question on this matter. I direct that the question to be put at a later date, a convenient later date. For now, I think we've come to the end of our day. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 16th of October, 2024, at 9:30 a.m.